this. Guys, I have to get my license and registration out. I'm sorry. That's my thought on that, fellas.
Feel super honored. We know how good we are, and we kind of like it when people count us out because we're going to come prove you wrong. And, you know, whether it was Tito, myself, the front office, and coaches, we're all in this together, and we're all in this to win in Cleveland, and our players know that.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. It is a hump day. It is Wednesday in the beautiful city of Cleveland, and we are Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on board. 5 hours of pure ecstasy heading your way. Whatever ecstasy you like, that's the kind of ecstasy we're going to give you. We got, no one's playing for the Cavs tonight. We've got the Browns who, hey, with 2-7, they got a lot to play for. We got another Coach of the Year award because the cup runneth over. But we've got Dan Madigan and soon-to-be Jax Gregory on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murrin back doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube business, as well as producing the show. We've got Matt Corelli, the big cheeser, doing the 2020s. Meredith will be on the 2020s later today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
I'm just finding out that from sound that we talked about yesterday on the show.
Yeah.
The Morning Boys did is South Beach flu just a jinx for the Cavs?
Yeah.
Which is not what we talked about yesterday.
We briefly did mention something about how when teams go to Atlanta and Miami, they struggle.
Yes. Well, but I think the point was
I think 10 seconds long, maybe.
It was more, I don't want you to tweet about it because then that's in my head when you lose in Miami.
Basically, yeah. I don't know, I missed it. Baskin said, though, that they did a whole segment on it, and his takeaway at the end of it was, the guys in the afternoon didn't really talk about that at all, did they?
I mean, we found their show prep was left in here.
Yeah.
And again, in Afternoon Drive, in parentheses here, that says, is South Beach flu just a jinx for the Cavs?
Well, so who puts together the show prep sheet is what I'd like to know.
Damn sure not Ken or Anthony.
I'm pretty sure that's
that.
Mitch. Is that Mitch right there?
We're not going to do the JOP on Mitch, are we? I refuse to JOP.
The JOP?
I'm not going to jump on the pile with Mitch.
I mean, I don't know who else we would jump on the pile with.
It's totally his fault, but I'm not jumping on the pile.
I don't know who else. If we've agreed that Ken and Anthony don't make the prep sheet, and then Mitch is just putting in basically just, it's not even throwaway lines, but lines at the end of Cavs segments that really had nothing to do with our analysis of the game at all, and then emboldening that to make that into a segment, then I don't know who else to blame.
Listen, and
then they look at the sheet, and then they do a whole setup and a whole intro into it, thinking that's what we said, to then play the clip that very, very clearly doesn't have us doing some big diatribe about the South Beach flu.
I'm not going to believe that Shadeur Sanders is ready to play until Myles Garrett farts into a microphone and says, Shadeur's better than Dylan Fire Stefanski. That's the only way we do business here in Cleveland.
That'd be an impressive fart.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, he's a big guy. He's like 6'5", 290 pounds.
It's really extended. Somehow, it just spoke.
He could really, but yeah, I mean, hey, silence speaks volumes. So does a properly tuned two to the horn there.
Okay, then.
In the words of John Fanta. But big congrats here, Stephen Vogt, two-time Manager of the Year in the American League, which makes it, by the way, 2 straight years. The first 2 years as a manager, he should just retire now.
It is incredible.
You can't top this.
Well, you can go for 3. Let's go for 3. Let's go for 4. Let's just see how many in a row you can get. It is incredible when you go through a gambling scandal and then come out the other side. When you're 15 and a half games out of the lead in the Central and then come out the other side and end up winning 88 games. Like what he did was a masterful job. But you mentioned John Fenton. It's all I could think about last night.
Was the old horn honking?
Not the horn honking. The idea that 4 months ago, 3 months ago, we had it's not that long ago that we had a debate about Kevin Stefanski versus Stephen Vogt.
Yeah.
Who the better manager is.
Kenny Atkinson was in there, by the way.
Atkinson was the leader and the front leader, and
yes.
Then it actually went into a secondary topic of, so Atkinson is clear-cut number 1, who's clear-cut number 2, and the idea that we had actual arguments over it seems really funny now to consider where both coaches are at.
I like that Stephen Vogt got some more awards there, and I do think it's funny, the amount of people who don't realize that's a regular season award.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
you stopped the
voting.
voting.
Other two managers were in the ALCS. It's like, hey, dum-dum, you don't know that when you're voting on that at the end of September. So this was a regular season award, and no offense to Toronto, they have a big payroll. No offense to Seattle, they have a big payroll. Like Dan Wilson, by the way, could have absolutely won this.
Sure.
Under the guise of, you weren't Scott Service.
Yeah.
I think that's basically the idea there. I will tell you, though, I think I'm all the way out on Coach Awards.
You've been all the way out. So that's why it'd be a weird thing if we came on the air between you and me and every person that anytime a national pundit brings up Stefanski's Coach of the Year awards and was like, all right, way to go, vote. This means something. That would be weird.
Yeah, but I think Kevin Stefanski and the NBA MVP have ruined this for me. Because at some point, I hear the discourse from all the very smart NBA guys who vote on these awards, and it inevitably is about a narrative, right? Some years they get it right because it just the narrative lines up with who actually is the best
should have
player.
won 10 straight years in a row.
Yes, exactly. But at some point, we start holding LeBron against his own standard, and even when he meets that standard, we kind of move the goalpost of, well, he didn't meet the standard because of this one thing. But NBA MVP already cheapened it for me, but it's just the way that people throw this around in sports conversations and sports arguments like it's the end-all, be-all, when we all know, like, every one of these awards is subject to narratives.
Yeah.
And so, like, guys, I'll be honest with you. I think Stephen Vogt deserves this Manager of the Year award more than he did last year. Last year, he just had the hottest team in baseball for 90 games. Like, that, by the way, they did a great job. He didn't go in the tank after they lost Tito. He did a good job managing. But this year, nothing went right, ever. And they still had the biggest comeback for a division lead in baseball history.
Yeah, and again, I mentioned the gambling stuff. That's got to be a big part of this. The idea that this Guardians offense is legitimately one of the worst Guardians offenses we've seen in 30-plus years. It really was just a putrid offense. And to be able to overcome all that, I mean, he deserved it. And that's fine. But I can't be the person that's telling you this means a great deal either.
Yeah, but,
it's nice. It's nice for him.
Is it possible that different awards have a different amount of meaning? Or are we just moving the goalposts?
Might be moving the goalposts. But here's what it does tell you, though. It does tell you that the transition from Tito into Stephen Vogt, if anybody was questioning how that would go, we have that answer unequivocally. And by the way, Tito got votes on the NL side of things. I think he got 2 first-place votes on the NL side of Manager of the Year. Like, he's doing his own thing. He's fine. But the idea that it was all built on Tito and it was going to crumble without him, like, you're seeing that. Stephen Vogt is doing a great job, and he's deserved to have all the recognition attached to that.
So speaking of, from the 2-time Manager of the Year to the 2-time Coach of the Year in Cleveland, Kevin Stefanski, not only has he ruined the meaning of Coach of the Year awards,
it's also ruined press conferences, too.
Well, in fairness, he was never really good at them because he grew up listening to WIP, so you're not going to get him, all right? He might not be a very good coach, but you're not going to get him on a comment. But it's interesting. He said something today.
You did your George W. again.
I did. I Trump hands.
But then you did the George W. You're not going to get me.
Yep.
You're not going to get me.
Strategery. Now, this being said, Stefanski did say something today that deserves criticism when he talked about accountability and this Browns team.
We hold every player accountable for everything we do. I'm accountable for everything we do. So you just try to be very open and transparent and honest with your football team. A lot of that doesn't make it outside this building, and that's just kind of part of being a family as you keep things in-house. But our guys understand that part of the accountability is a shared accountability, so it's all of us.
I'll be honest with you. I'm part of a family, and those people won't shut the hell up.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone knows everyone's business. So just being said, I don't think maybe Kevin comes from a more functional family than me, or maybe I just come from more of a dysfunctional family, but everybody knows everybody's business in my family, and it's a lot. Now, that being said, when you're 11-6,
yeah,
and a player or 4 players or 5 players and a special teams coach blows a game for you, you get to go, hey, we got accountability here. I'm accountable. The players are accountable. We got accountability out the yin yang because you can back it up with empirical proof. When you're 2-7. And for about the 4th time this year, a game has either been lost or a loss has turned into a blowout because of a lack of accountability or too many penalties or too many missed assignments or too many this. I don't take your word for it. And I understand that Kevin Stefanski isn't going to come out this one time and be like, well, normally I keep it in-house because we're a family. But let me tell you what I did to X, Y, and Z this week. But the reality is you aren't accountable. There's no accountability. You haven't been held accountable for your role in the Browns' failure the last 6 years, and and no one's been held accountable for the Deshaun Watson trade. And honestly, no one was held accountable for the most embarrassing loss of the season. Think about that. They're 2-7.
Yeah, they're 2-7.
And they lost to a team. They lost the layup of all layups. And I love when people go, well, but if you just take off the 2 special teams plays, they win that.
That's not how
it goes.
It's not how football works.
Now, if you just take the 2 worst plays out of this scenario, I'll tell you, they still played awful. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. They might have won that game, but they still didn't play well enough. And so for Kevin Stefanski to say, hey, I'm accountable, we're accountable, you guys just don't see it. We don't trust you, Kev. So in response to your accountability, let me just speak on behalf of all of Cleveland. We don't believe you. So if there is accountable, we're not seeing it because every year your team's been top 10 in penalties. If there is accountability, well, we ain't saying it because Bubba Ventrone has blown about 3 games this year for his special teams unit, and he's still employed. And the easiest thing to do is cut a nobody of Cam Thomas for making the dunderheadest of dunderheadest plays ever. And oh, by the way, he's still drawing checks, and I guarantee you he's still going to get some snaps on Sunday as well.
Yeah, he'll still get some snaps on Sunday. I don't know why this is any sort of big revelation though. This is what Stefanski's done the entire time, and so it'd be odd if he came out and had accountability now. If all of a sudden now he was like, yeah, let me do something about Cam Thomas, it would show me something that we haven't seen from him before. But this is part of the problem we've had the entire time. So I don't know what we expected here.
No. I don't think I didn't. After Monday, when nothing happened, we shouldn't expect anything to change. Kevin's accountability is looking at somebody, shaking his finger, and going, you know better than that, mister.
The best week.
No sprinkles on the fudge sundae this week, sir.
The sprinkles are for winners, that's why. But this, last year with Dickerson, it was like, all right, we'll just go ahead and just tell you you're not really the offensive line coach while publicly not doing anything. If not for those HBO cameras, we never would have found out that Vrabel had basically taken over everything with the offensive line, and Dickerson was he might as well have been the equipment manager.
Yes, but that's at least accountability. Something at least happened there to have that loss. And for Kevin, the only bit on accountability is to be, we're accountable. Don't you worry. We've got accountability. We're a family, so we keep our accountability inside. Well, that's a great way of saying. That's a great way of saying. I'll never tell you what actually is going on, so you can be as accountable as you want internally. But when every little sensor tells me that you're full of crap, I'm sorry, you're full of crap.
No, no disagreements. The smart, tough, accountable thing has been a joke the entire time. I do think they make more moves behind the scenes that they just never tell us about. There's something about how they operate as if again, the Dickerson thing popping straight into my mind. If they just come out and told us Dickerson's not really doing that anymore, or even just straight up fired him, I think they care about the blowback attached to that, when in reality it's not looked at as a blowback. It's looked at as a good thing. You're doing something.
So
you're not just letting things happen.
It's fake civility. That's what it is. I'll be honest with you. I think the only reason these chuckleheads are still employed are because they're really good at faking it publicly, right? The leaks don't get out most of the time. Things aren't out there. So whatever happened, even the Andy Dickerson thing came out several weeks after it happened, and so they're really good.
Well, kind
at
of like
faking.
6 years in, people think that he's all of a sudden he's like Andy Griffith or something.
Well, but
he's got this all shucks mentality.
It's 6 years in to, hey, we're just not going to tell you anything. And I think people are confusing, hey, nothing's coming out with there's no dysfunction.
Well, and that's
the
what it was.
Football tells you the truth.
And
the football tells you
yes.
There's not respect and there's not accountability.
100%, but that's been their little sleight of hand trick that they've been trying to pull off the entire stretch of the way. And guess what? Up until 3 weeks ago, up until 3 months ago, I was having legitimate arguments with John Fanta about who the better coach is between Vogt and Stefanski. Why? Because that sleight of hand was working for a very long time. Now, enough people have caught up to it. Enough people got tired of it, and enough people have understood the game that they're pulling here. And so now you're seeing some more blowback, and you're seeing more repercussions for doing the actions that he is right now. But for a very long time, he did get away with the idea that you put out as many fires as you possibly can, and you don't let anybody inside, outside, really elaborate on that, and then you'll end up seeming like the waters are calm, and you'll give off that presence of being a very calm place, and being an adult in the room, when in reality, I don't think he's ever had control of it.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think about Kevin Stefanski's accountability? You trusting him on this one? I guarantee there are people who are like, he says everybody's accountable. I don't know what Nick Wilson's talking about. Think
about like even little things like Jadeveon Clowney, and that if Mary Kay wasn't standing outside the locker room when that eruption happened, we never find out about things like that in the Stefanski era. Like they've done a great job of keeping things tight-lipped and making it seem like everything's awesome. When in reality, they're the little meme of the puppy with the coffee and the house is on fire, saying everything is fine.
Makes you wonder if the Haslams really don't care about wins and losses. They just care about bad optics more than they do good football.
That would be the right read on that one, Nick.
Yeah.
That'd be the right read on that one.
Candidly. Quick hits coming up at 2:40.
We got singing
that little Elvis Haslam. I was trying to think of an Elvis song and just completely blank.
You started Wicked all of a sudden. I don't know why.
I'm not going to do it. I want to do it, but I'm not going to do it. Dan Orlovsky coming up at 3 o'clock. He wants Kevin Stefanski in New York. If he's not in Cleveland, we'll get his take on the empirical data that speaks to Kevin Stefanski being a good football coach. Candidly, we got Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. We've had a couple Donniebrooks with Ross, although I feel like Ross has brought the fight to us and we've just responded.
Well, yeah, when you start off an interview like this is where I show up every week for my weekly fight with guys on the radio. What do you think is going to happen?
We will see if Ross would like to formally announce he's turning on Dylan Gabriel and his buddies Andrew and Kevin. Ashley Bastock at 5:20 today. Normally Ashley is Wednesdays at 3:20. We bumped her to 5:20 today with Dan Orlovsky being at 3 o'clock today. But 216-474-0092. Kevin Stefanski says, we got you covered on accountability. Do you believe him? And no matter how galactically stupid an idea sounds when you say it out loud, we should never be surprised when it comes to the Cleveland Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Fan.
Don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Dan Orlovsky coming up in just about 40 minutes. Dan says he'd like Kevin Stefanski for the Giants because of empirical data that shows Kevin Stefanski's a good head coach. That's, of course, if Kevin Stefanski doesn't stick it here in Cleveland. But we had Albert Breer on yesterday, and as we talk about accountability with the Cleveland Browns, it should be noted that one of the things we asked Albert is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised would he be if Deshaun Watson played before Shadeur Sanders this season? And again, you can't be surprised here at the answer because, it's the Cleveland Browns.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I just think my guess is they'd like to see both of them. You know what I mean? That's just the way I look at it. That you want to get an idea of where you're at the quarterback position in general. And so, let's get a look at both of them. But I think we have to remember this about Shadeur too. He's a 5th round pick. I mean, the investment the organization has in those two guys is on different planet. You know what I mean? So one guy you've got under contract for the next 3 years after this year at very low numbers. The other guy, you've only got under contract for one more year after this one, and you're guaranteeing him $46 million. It's not even close to the same thing, regardless of how famous the 5th round pick might be.
So just on face value, Albert is very correct when it comes to you've got a $45 million investment in one guy and a 5th round rookie. But the context does matter in how much you've had with Deshaun, the injuries that he's had, and the fact that you have a ticking clock on 2026 and whatever pick you might have and trying to go for a first-round quarterback.
No, it has to matter, but I feel like I'm like a lot of Browns fans where in the past 24 hours I've definitely shifted my viewpoint. I remember doing a hit in Buffalo before the season got underway, and I told him, I was like, there's an outside chance Deshaun Watson sees the field. And for most places, they're like, well, how does that even happen? How many quarterbacks you have to go through? But we all know we go through a bunch of quarterbacks here in Cleveland, and you eventually find a way where they all end up seeing the field. And so I feel like I'm just where everyone has been now for about 24 hours, or really after listening to Albert. It's Albert understands the NFL at a really high level and understands the importance of when you pay somebody that much money and trying to just squeeze something out of it to make it seem not as drastically awful as it was, even if I think that ship has sailed. It seems like Deshaun is going to have a chance at some point. Unless Shadeur goes out there and runs away with it, it feels like Deshaun will have that chance.
Yeah, here's what I'll say. It reeks of desperation, and it reeks of a lack of class from the Cleveland Browns to put Deshaun Watson back out on the field as a member of the Cleveland Browns ever again.
No question.
They know what the last 3 years have brought. They know the last time that guy was on a field. It doesn't matter if it's 3% or 20%. That there were Browns fans cheering his injuries. There are a lot of people who still don't like Deshaun. And by the way, this is I'm not trying to be hard on Deshaun. Deshaun has not ingratiated himself to the city of Cleveland in any means. So he hadn't really done anything on the field, or so far as I can tell, off the field, to earn another chance with the Cleveland Browns. So it's just, in the end, you cannot put it off the board, because that is a tone-deaf organization that does not give a damn about their Browns fans, and they have shown that time and time again. They will disrespect you in countless different ways. But I will be that guy at Game of Thrones, holding the sword out as an onslaught of 1 billion people rush me. I'm going to say it. It is galactically stupid, and I can't put it past them. It still doesn't make it a right decision, because all it is that organization continuing to try and justify their bird brain decision that hasn't worked out to this point.
That's why I continue. I mean, we all have to, when we say, what would we do versus what the Browns do? There's always a caveat in there, because it feels like they always take the route that would piss off the most people, and then they just go towards that route. And this would be that route. The fan base wants to see Shadeur play. It's not even a question mark. And we don't have any interest in seeing Deshaun Watson ever play again. So what would piss us all off the most? All right, go ahead. Put Deshaun Watson out there. Like, I just can't remove that from the possibility because it seems like something they would do.
No, it definitely does. And that's why, like, when we talk about this, I think you're spot on. I think Albert's spot on. I guarantee you there's conversations every week like, well, he's looking good he looked good. By the way, in 2022? Time is a flat circle. His first camp here, he looked like Steve
awesome.
Young.
Yeah, he looked awesome.
He looked fantastic. And then he sat for 11 weeks or 12 games, whatever it was, he had 11 games, and he looked like crap on the field. So the reality is he can look as good as you want in practice. There's something not transferring when he goes in games. And the idea that he will somehow look good in practice, but then also look good in games after the shoulder injury, after the Achilles, come on. I'm trying not to go Judge Judy, but come on.
We haven't even got to the mental side of this either, where he just seems like when he gets in front of fans, he's just broke.
Yes.
There's just something that isn't clicking, something that isn't right. And so I want nothing to do with it. I think we both want nothing to do with it, but the reality is that you can't take it off the table when it comes to the Browns. Now, if they put him out there before Shadeur, that'll be interesting because I don't know how I'll handle that one, Nick. I don't know what else I can do outside of just yelling, what are we doing here? Wouldn't you want to evaluate and find out if Shadeur can give you that spark, give you anything? Like, to me, the evaluation with Deshaun Watson is done. You're just wasting time at that point.
I'm completely out on Deshaun ever playing again in Cleveland, but there's an extra level of insult giving Deshaun the better chance to succeed than Shadeur. Mm-hmm. If let's say you've got 8 games left. Let's say you give 2 more to Timu Tua, and he's going to continue to suck, and so that leaves you 6 games. If the first 3 games after you bench Dylan go to Deshaun the disgrace, right? If you're doing that, that's the later you give Shadeur chances this season, the less of a chance you're really giving him.
Yeah, you can't go to Deshaun first.
Yes.
That's an embarrassment if they go to Deshaun first. And it's something, I mean, I'll yell about it, we'll all yell about it, but at this point, I don't even know how effective we're being in yelling about these things. It seems like they do whatever the hell they want anyway.
Yeah, I don't think that should stop us.
No, we have to do it. We have to continue to march on. We have to continue to vocalize our disdain in the whole entire process because we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't, and the fans wouldn't be doing theirs if they didn't as well. But like they just beat to their own drum, and they're idiotic when they do it.
216-474-0092. On a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised would you be if Deshaun, that's Deshaun Watson, I don't know if you remember him, plays before Shadeur Sanders? I can't even say my surprise level at this point would be that high. Mary Kay and Albert, amongst others, have done a great job at kind of keeping us up to pace with this story.
Yeah.
So I don't think I could put like a 10 on it or an 8 on it because the reality is it makes total perfect sense that a desperate organization who, despite the fact they've already written Deshaun off and been like, man, that's on all of us.
Yeah, you got DePodesta in Colorado already taking blame. Jimmy Haslam's already come out and taken blame for all of it and tried to accept as much of it as he possibly can. I don't know what the win is if you're the Browns and throwing him out there. What's he going to do?
Piss everybody off.
That's it. That's the only thing he accomplishes. Even if he looks relatively good, you still have no faith in him moving forward in any reasonable capacity. So what exactly are you doing?
Rob in
salvaging
Akron,
anything?
Joining us. Rob, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, guys. Hey, long-time listener. I've been in...
Wait, real quick, Rob, your phone broke up for a second. Reset. Start from the top.
Okay, I said, hey, guys, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
You did say
being
the top.
a literal Louie, we like the bit.
You did say the top.
We definitely like that, Rob. All right, what you got?
So here's my question, and I'm not being facetious. What did Deshaun Watson really do wrong to piss Cleveland Brown fans off, other than the fact that he accepted a major contract?
3 years of bad play and being injured, I think, even if you take away the off-field stuff, is still enough for me.
I was going to say, I don't think you can take away the off-the-field stuff. I think there's a lot of people that really don't like the things he was accused of.
But even if you did,
and that he never really answered for.
Even if you took away everything off the field, the 3 years of being injured and sucking at his job is enough for me to be like, I don't want to see that guy play anymore. It'd be reasonable for any other quarterback with no off-field discretion to say, I don't need to see that guy anymore.
So other than being the worst trade in NFL history, being a complete disappointment on the field, not staying healthy, and what he was accused of off the field, I would say really nothing.
Okay. All right. And that's fair. That's fair because, again, I just don't really see Okay, the injury, who wants to get injured? That's no one's fault. The off-the-field stuff, we knew about that crap before we signed him. And then last but not least, he wasn't even really on the field long enough to give a true sighting, if you will.
You didn't see enough out of Deshaun in the games that you saw? You didn't see enough? I saw enough.
Okay, well, he was injured in the vast majority of the games. What did he play, about 7 games, guys?
Every year,
9
yeah.
games? Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think maybe the front office, and I'm not a front office guy at all. I think maybe the front office was wanting to give him one last look-see, one last opportunity, and then make a decision.
Rob, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for hanging out.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes, okay?
All right.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Deshaun Watson, Pro Bowl season 2026, is one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL, all in a Browns uniform.
Man.
How likely does that feel to you?
This ayahuasca is incredible.
Yeah, you want some. You want the good drugs. Yeah.
We got the good right here.
Nobody can even envision that. It's impossible to even think about.
We're gonna mend this with the Browns right now. All right, because I guarantee you, they're like, why are they saying all these mean things about us? That's how they talk together.
Yeah,
not individually, because that's candidly, but together they sound like Don Knotts on why there's so many ostriches.
Okay,
I'll make the Browns a deal
right now.
Why
are there so many ostriches?
Why are there so many ostriches? Now, I'll make a deal. You get to put Deshaun out there one more time this year. But if he stinks, you have to resign. I'll make that deal. You don't wait for Jimmy to fire you. No. If you want to play him, cool. I won't criticize you. If you agree, if his quarterback rating is not the highest it's been in Cleveland thus far, you got to go. You think they'll make that deal?
I don't think they'll make that deal.
Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. You guys know I'm the Prince of Parlay on the FanDuel app, parlaying my way to as much fun as I can. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's a perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So head over to FanDuel.com/Wilson to sign up today and join me, your boy, Nicky Dubs, the Prince of Parlay on the FanDuel app, FanDuel.com/Wilson.
21. license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. Now, Dan Orlovsky might not be showing up here in the 3 o'clock spot. He's having some truck issues, so we'll see if we can get him on. We may not. We don't have empirical data on whether or not ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky will be joining us today, but we are hopeful. Much like the Browns, I don't have empirical proof Kevin Stefanski knows his head from his ass anymore when it comes to football, or at least head coaching. I know he knows football, but I am hopeful.
That does suck when you have car issues and you're on the side of the road and you're just waiting for someone to come and bail you out, essentially.
Oh, my gosh.
That is the worst.
I mean, I'm imagining Dan's a man of means. I'm imagining he's got the AAA membership.
It takes nothing to have any of that stuff these days. Yeah. It's part of my insurance. You just dial it up and go.
But I bet he's got the good. Like the gold level. Isn't it? I know there's like a normal level, then there's like a silver level and the gold level.
Does the gold level, do they get there quicker? I don't know what the difference is.
I just think you can get towed anywhere in America.
So last time I actually I blew out a tire and it was in Chagrin Falls. And I was it's like these tight winding roads to get back from Chagrin Falls to go home. And I pulled over off to the side and I got on the app, I dialed up my thing, because they come in 15 minutes and they change everything and everything's all good. But I'm like in front of this guy's house. Yeah. And because of the way the road is set up and everything. And every 2 minutes for like 15 minutes, people would, as I'm just sitting there waiting for this guy to show up, would scream outside their car, "Can't do that there!" As if it was my choice. As if I chose to have a breakdown right there on that side of the road. As if I'm no. And then the cops came. Yeah. Because clearly the guy whose house it was like,
I call the cops on you. What a chicken
either he
bleep
did or
move.
His neighbor did, somebody did, and the cop showed up, and then the cop I was like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. I can't move it. It's gonna sit here until somebody shows up. They were understanding about it, but it was unreal.
That is so Chagrin Falls. Chagrin, we love you, baby, but you're a bit of a pick-me, all right?
A little bit of a pick-me. And then that same cop, oddly enough, we saw at they do this little fair thing. We went to that the next day, and the cop was there the next day.
Did he notice you?
And I told the whole story to Elise, right? I was like, I broke everything down for her, and then I saw the cop, and I'm with Charlotte, and I got excited. I'm like, hey, me from last night. And you could see the cop was shook by that whole concept.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that was a bad idea. We shouldn't have got too excited to see the same cop.
Yeah, he's like, I thought I was done with you. Let's get the quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Browns legend Bernie Kosar gave an update on his health today with a Twitter video from a hospital bed.
Unfortunately, it being infected again. Sunday night after that bad Browns game and Monday morning, the bleeding started again. So to have 2 aggressive procedures yesterday to help stop the bleeding, and then unfortunately early this morning now to be heading down for a 3rd procedure, I can't tell you, being under this duress right now, but wanting to start everyone's day positively and spiritually in the right frame of mind. Man, all the duress right now, I could really use your love, support, and actual prayers today.
So usually we do a topic here, but we do just want to wish Bernie the best in his recovery. I believe his I think I got a video from him saying that the procedures actually went well today.
Good.
So he is on recovery there, but Bernie's been so awesome and so vulnerable and open with all of his health struggles. And I just think that needs to be commended, because I think, especially for a lot of guys, it can be hard to share this kind of stuff. And I think it's important, no matter what age you are, to hear, hey, I'm going through it, and, this is the kind of thing you have to do to get healthy.
Yeah, obviously prayers up for Bernie. That's really, so he sent a text saying everything's looking a little bit better now?
Yeah, he sent me, I know there was another video out there. He sent me the video and said, We're doing okay. You know, we're on the road to where we need to be.
Yeah, when we saw him in training camp, like he made the joke to us about having this what looks like a pot belly essentially.
Oh yeah.
But he was like, this is my new baby, and it was like, but it was behind that is obviously a very sad reality that he's going through a lot right now, and he was obviously having some troubles then, but in such great spirits the entire way. Like one thing I always I took away from that was, even he's feeling awful, but he's there doing the interview with us. But then on top of it, he's going through, and he must have signed for maybe, 35 minutes or so.
Yep.
Like he signed for basically everybody and anybody, to the point then, like an hour later, when he then left the tent and more people wanted autographs, I had to I wanted to go over and be like, guys, he was there for 35 minutes. He can't just sit there all day. It doesn't work that way.
Everybody on the station will attest to what a kind person Bernie is, how patient he is, how giving he is with his time. But I think what's really cool about Bernie is Bernie has been the face of the Cleveland Browns since the year I was born. And he still does it because it's a role that, we love Baker. Baker didn't always act like the face of the Browns in the way that I think is best for fans. There's the BS way teams want you to act, but then there's just the natural graciousness you have with fans and kind of being like what you want the Browns to be, and Bernie is
Baker was really good. Baker just chose his moments when he wanted to be really good. That's the difference there. Yeah. I want to give credit to Baker. Baker did a lot of stuff for salute
Baker's
to service.
Done it anybody but. Anybody since Bernie.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah. Like it was again, and even I would put Shadeur in this camp too. Like when we watched Shadeur do some of that stuff, and I'm sure you saw that photo or the video 24 hours ago where he bought the single mom, a car, and doing things to actually ingratiate himself within the community. That's like he ripped on Deshaun in the first segment about where's Deshaun. It's like, I didn't see any of that with Deshaun. Bought a cheesesteak place. Great, congratulations. Omaha! All right, Guardians' Luis Ortiz has pled not guilty in the pitch rigging case. Here's what I want to say off of this. Today was the official day. He went into courts. He said not guilty. He's got to stay in one of the states that he's accused of, whether it's Ohio, New Jersey, or New York. That's his new deal. Here's my advice, Luis. Deny. Keep denying. Mm-hmm. I would go non-guilty until the end of time on this, and I would make them prove that you, in fact, did have these pitches and threw it the way that you threw it. Like with Class A, you got a year's worth of evidence in 2023. He took 2024 off, and then you got a couple months of 2025. You can build up a credible case within that. If Ortiz really started this thing in June or so, and he's only linked to a couple outings that this went down in, I would say deny, put the burden of proof on them, and then you may be able to squeeze out of this one. I would want clear-cut evidence that a jury could actually get you on.
Two things. One, it's really hard to say that if we don't have skin in the game. I was really depressed, though, with Zach Meisel saying the Guardians, baseball's pushing for a ruling on Ortiz in Class A so they can figure out the money that the Guardians have.
Yeah.
And so there's the idea that until that they're officially ruled on, the Guardians aren't going to spend that money. So that was a little bit of a kick in the shorts.
And baseball might do this the way the NFL does, where it's like it doesn't even matter what the court case finds or anything like that. Like just the public image says you did something, so we're going to go ahead and you're gone, Ortiz. But my advice to him, my counsel to him would be just deny everything and make him prove it to you.
My counsel would have been just say you're actually in trouble for rooster fighting, but then Class A took that too.
Yeah, well you can't both go cockfighting.
Yeah. Well, you could, but it takes a little of the sting off.
It is the Dominican.
Yeah.
Is it implausible that both of them were doing some cockfighting?
No,
on the side.
I'm not aware of how much they do or do not cockfight in the Dominican.
I told Mennigan off the air, I just lost all my vices. I don't gamble anymore. I don't drink anymore. I've just lost my vices, and I'm trying to gain some vices back.
We gonna get one?
I'm trying to gain some vices back, and so if cockfighting's in would you want to go to? How do we find an underground cockfighting situation?
No, I don't want to.
How do we find that? Tamales being served on the side, the whole deal.
I can
be like Elaine. Tamale.
I don't love watching boxing or UFC anymore. I think I have even less of an appetite for animal fighting.
Well, it's about the event. Yeah. Nick, it's about the event.
It's about like the spirit of the community.
Yes, it's a community thing. It's not really about the actual watching of them. When you sound it out.
Yeah, so they're not watching them. They turn their backs Amish style.
It seems a little too close to maybe Michael Vick for myself in a situation we don't want to be tapped into. As you sound it out, it seems maybe a little too ruthless.
Yeah.
To make me be like, all right, maybe I want to backtrack this immediately.
All right, I'll let you hit the eject.
But the spirit and the community of it all just seems really intense.
Yeah.
Wait, that is
they got
bonkers.
church.
When you sound it out, I don't know why.
Just go to church.
My bird brain self was like, cockfighting, not that bad. But when you actually sound it out, he's trading cheating on baseball for what is essentially something that happened that put Michael Vick in prison.
Yeah.
Like, that's the trade-off that he thinks he's making. That's going to get people in better conscience with him?
Well, because one of them doesn't put you in jail for potentially 65 years.
And that's where Ortiz comes in play. That's where Ortiz comes in play. Yep. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Never admit it. And if you have to go down for cockfighting, you go down for cockfighting. Omaha! It's about the community, Nick.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Jets head coach Aaron Glenn celebrated his second win of the season this week by treating the New York Jets beat reporters like crap.
I'm going to pass on talking about injuries. Since Rich, he's not here, has all the answers, so you guys can get all the injuries from Rich.
Candidate for IR, or is that not something you want to?
Ask Rich.
I'm asking.
Well, I'm telling you to ask Rich.
He's not here, though. Hey,
well, you better call him.
No disrespect to you or Rich, but like we want to hear from you. You know, like that.
You guys have been here. You guys have been hearing from me, but now since we're just reporting stuff, that I haven't said, then maybe you should ask him.
All right, he's referring to Rich Cimino, who's like a 40-year Jets beat reporter.
Is it Cimino? I thought it was Cimini. Or is it even?
No, it is Cimini. You're right. I don't know why I added the O there. However,
you made him Italian.
Well, Cimini anyway. Is also Italian.
As we discovered yesterday, just say you're Italian and you can be Italian Man of the Year.
That's true. I'm Italian.
And I hear you're up for the
vote
running.
for me, clowns. That being said,
you want to know where they find out Italian Man of the Year? Cockfighting rings. That's where they figure that out. That's where they figure that whole thing out. The voting process, right in between rounds 2 and 3.
I'm just going to let you keep talking there, friend. However,
I'm Italian. I can say these things.
I can't remember if you actually are proving your own theory. However, this is such a stupid thing. So basically, Aaron Glenn's mad at Rich Cimini for reporting injury news when he should be mad at either the agent or the player that leaked the news to Rich Cimini.
What was the actual news? What are they fighting over?
I think it was about Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson's latest injury.
Oh, well, okay, whether he can or cannot play?
Yes. And so Aaron Glenn is throwing a hissy fit about this. And I understand the undertaking that he has, which is to try to eliminate all the leaks in the Jets organization, and he's doing it the way Parcells would do it, the guy that he came into the NFL under. The problem is, it's not the beat reporter's fault.
Yeah, it also sounds like he just got mad at the idea that maybe Rich had the information before he did.
Oh, I don't hate that as well.
He's like, why is the beat reporter finding out this news before I ever find out this news? And it just got him a little angry.
Steve saying your latest hateful rant on Stefanski likely caused Orlovsky's truck issues this afternoon. You know what? We own that. Well, I would like to apologize to Dan Orlovsky. I'd like to apologize to his truck. If I just hadn't called out Kevin Stefanski for his blatant lack of accountability, I think Dan would be joining us in 5 minutes. This is on me. Can you also take ownership? Because this is how we do it. It's shared blame. Nobody really takes ownership if everybody takes ownership.
Yeah, hand up. We got to be better, I guess. That's on us. Geez.
We are.
Sugar in the gas tank or something. I don't know.
We are working to get Dan Orlovsky on the show today. We'll see if it ends up happening. But patience with Dylan Gabriel. You got any? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
7. You can catch tonight's Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We do have Ross Tucker coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll see if we can continue to get feisty Ross, or whether he might have relented a little bit after the Jets loss. It should be noted, Jets-Patriots Thursday Night Football, a game you're going to hear right here after the preview show tonight. So I'll ask you.
Yeah.
We can all agree we're all Jets fans tonight, right? We want the Jets to beat the Patriots.
Tomorrow night.
Wait, what's today?
Wait, it's today. Today's Wednesday. You had me thrown for a second there.
Oh,
you had me really thrown for a second.
So on me.
No, and you know what sucks about that, though, is that now you just added a day to your week. Like, if you thought today was Thursday, you're like, whoa, almost there to Friday. And now you're...
Meredith was just talking about the preview show, the coach's show, and I was like, oh, it is Thursday. Oh, and you know what? I'm blaming Vanessa. Today, she was like, we had to take trash out tonight. And I was like, babe.
You're doing a great job showing accountability here, by the way.
No, this is all her. All right, I'm going to go anti-Kevin Stefanski, and we're pinning this one on the missus. She inceptioned me. It's actually all these women around me. Okay, that's not great. It's not great at all. But no, Vanessa inceptioned me that it was Thursday. No, it's on me. All right, so Thursday Night Football tomorrow. Yeah. We're Jets fans tomorrow night.
There we go. Yeah. By the way, an update with, you see Lamar not practicing today?
No.
He was out with a knee injury. Harbaugh says he should be okay. He's expected to return to practice tomorrow. I have a feeling he was like, the Browns they're not very serious. I got beat up a little bit in that game last weekend. I'll take this as a Veterans Day.
I think what's funny about this game is, and obviously people are going to say this is a more winnable game because the Ravens are 4-5. As long as Lamar plays, this should be a boat race.
Vegas only has it at like 8.5 right now. Oddly enough,
I'm seeing 7.5.
I agree with you in the idea that it should be some sort of boat race, but like 7.5, if that's what it's at right now, very kind.
Well, but that's what I think is so interesting about this is I can understand like. I know Dylan Gabriel's up for the Rookie of the Week award.
Yeah, the Pepsi Rookie of the Week.
Yeah, but when you put a sponsor on there, it really feels bigger.
Well, you should see who wins the Coca-Cola Rookie of the Week.
Who is it?
Travion Henderson. It's my own awards. It's an alternate version.
The Coca-Cola Cockfighting Awards. It's a weekly award series you do.
Yeah. It's in between rounds 3 and 4.
Brought to you by Travel Dominican. Now, we digress. What's funny about this matchup is I understand that people are going to be like, man, Dylan Gabriel, Ravens, this is going to be a rough matchup. If it is a rough matchup, it's because Dylan made it that. For the second straight week, if Dylan gets sacked another 6 times this week,
yeah.
This is like the worst team in the world to get sacked by because they don't sack anyone. Their quarterback pressures are up since they traded over the last couple weeks.
The weird part about the Jets game is there was 25 total pressures. That's an insane number of pressures on anybody. Nonetheless, just in that game, I'm shocked you only ended up with 6.
But like Marlon Humphrey is hurt. That defense they were worse early in the year against the run since they traded for Gilman, the safety from the Chargers. They've actually been better against the run. But like this isn't a very good Baltimore defense. Oh, and conversely, the offensive line is trash in Baltimore, so your defensive line should feast. This is an incredible winnable game for the Browns, and it's funny because I think people are already giving Dylan the Peterlin pass for this game, and I'm like, guys, he should have another good game this weekend.
Wait, the Peterlin pass based off of what? That they think this is like an intimidating Ravens defense or what?
And just because it's the Ravens. Because I don't think people realize how much the Ravens are just propped up by Lamar right now.
And that really is what it is. Yes. I mean, their defense it's not very good.
Even Derrick Henry's been okay.
I was just going to make the comment on that. Derrick Henry right now in PFF grades out 48th out of 55 running backs.
Yeah.
Like I'm not...
He's got yardage, but it's not pretty.
He was so good last year, and he was so dominant last year, but it's not the same. It just isn't.
Yeah, like I heard around the AFC North today, and oh my gosh, I can't remember who it was from Baltimore, but they were talking about, we really need Keaton Mitchell to show up. I'm like, when you're talking about a guy who
when you need Keaton Mitchell to show up.
When you're not like Lamar's really got to ball out, it's Derrick Henry. And we're like our third running back. He's really got to start carrying the load here because Derrick Henry's no good. But that's what's funny about this. The Browns, so much today of what Kevin Stefanski said about the Browns was be patient. Like he's a young quarterback. And I've seen people out there. Can I say the name? Is it because I don't want to dog him because I think he was making a good point. Quincy Carrier.
Oh yeah.
Who's one of the Cleveland media members tweeting out the numbers for other rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah, he had like Josh Allen's number in there. He had Baker's numbers in there.
And the rebuttal is obvious. Well, those guys were first round picks. And the first pick, the 10th pick, Dylan Gabriel was a third round pick and a late one at that. So, like, trying to do the number comparisons, it's like, yeah, okay, but...
Well, I think he was trying to give the benefit of time is what I think he was doing, and I think he's highlighting that rookies do tend to struggle out of the gate, but you can struggle out of the gate when you have some upside to be promised and that should be deliverable there. Like Josh Allen stunk for 2 years, guys. It wasn't just 5 games. Josh Allen legitimately was bad at football for 2 years, and then the third year the light bulb went on, and there he was off and running.
But you saw glimpses.
Yeah.
You saw... Holy crap, what was that 40-yard pass?
Like, even like yesterday, we had a conversation about Caleb Williams, and I told you, I was like, I think you're a few weeks late on Caleb Williams. And it's like,
I think he still sucks.
It's like, and I don't. But like part of that is,
you're probably right, by the way. I think he's a goof.
I think you just have to watch him enough, though. He might be a goof, but I mean, like in general, though, I feel like the box scores and everything else doesn't tell the true story of Caleb. Like last year when he took 68 sacks, Ben Johnson, he revitalized that interior part of the offensive line for a reason, but you see him, he's not running backwards anymore. Like there's different things that are cleaned up within his game, and then yes, he always had those magical plays in between, and it's like you got to see those magical plays in between to really forecast out what these guys can be.
Well, okay, not to make like a third comparison here. People are comparing Dylan Gabriel to Cam Ward's numbers, and it's like,
I see that going around a lot too.
Like, guys, no one's arguing that Cam Ward hasn't been absolute booty cheeks. Mm-hmm. But if you watch Cam Ward again, he'll make one throw a game that you go, oh, I get it now. Dylan Gabriel made a 22-yard pass look like the average quarterback, like Baker Mayfield would make like a 70-yard pass look.
Yeah.
So like. I think we've gotten to a point where like I'm all on board and understand that patience is a real thing, and with young players you have to be patient. But patience only goes so far as the talent, right? It's the old Deshaun thing. When Jimmy Haslam said if his name was Joe Smith, we wouldn't be giving him this chance right now, which was a mean shot to Guardians' former middle reliever Joe Smith, who I thought was a fine middle reliever. But no, I mean. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have to have patience with Dylan Gabriel. By the way, take the draft stuff out of this. If you say, who am I going to be more patient with? I saw an upside in Shadeur because of his accuracy. That is an elite trait that he had. I can have patience with that no matter where he was drafted, because I think he's got a starter's potential. If we all agree Dylan Gabriel's a backup, there's no need for, well, it'll get better. No, it'll probably look just like this, but a better version of what this looks like, which still isn't winning any games.
And his version of getting better, it's going to be at a snail's pace, but even if it exists, it's going to be in tiny incremental leaps. It's not going to be in drastic leaps.
Yes.
And the drastic leaps that right now you would need when you are one of the worst quarterbacks in the sport from a starting standpoint. Like you need to find a way to be in that 15 to 20 range, and then we can have a conversation. He can maybe slowly crawl to like 27 or 28 if things progress well.
Well, by the way, let's go ahead and listen to Kevin Stefanski today answering questions on Dylan Gabriel's low completion percentage.
Any quarterback, young and old, you're going to miss throws. It's an occupational hazard that you're likely not going to go 100% in completion percentage. It's a occupational hazard that a corner is going to get beat deep every once in a while. So you're not going to make every throw. Now, having said that, you coach every throw, use your technique here, or trust what you're seeing here, all those things. And that's true of young and old quarterbacks.
So here's the problem. Is a check down Charlie quarterback, the one thing he should have is an insanely high completion percentage, right? Like, I don't expect a high A-dot for a quarterback like Dylan Gabriel or like a much better version of this, but like a Brock Purdy. You don't need to have a high A-dot. You don't need to have, you're not likely going to have 40 touchdowns. The one thing you can do is consistently complete passes within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Right,
and it's the thing that he hasn't done as much as he also hasn't pushed the ball down the field.
Obviously, there's been a lot of jokes about him being Tua light and the comparison there. Team of Tua, all that stuff. Welfare Tua.
Hey, we both did it. Come on now.
I did it first, but neither here nor there. It's just funny because earlier today you're like, man, when Daryl gets a joke, he runs with it. And I've heard Team of Tua like 12 million times.
Yeah, because my jokes are funny.
Yeah, okay. That one?
Timu Tua?
Oh, he loves it.
It's alliterative.
I know.
Welfare
I
Tua
like
is
alliteration
just,
too.
Yeah, but it's welfare. Mine's better.
Oh, it's better. It's a punched up version. No one's debating that.
Okay, as long as I get the win.
No, it's a punched up version.
Somehow taking an L while we're at it.
Either way, the point is that Tua last year, though, did what? Led the league in completion percentage. Like, on your point, if you're going to be the fastest quarterback with release time like Tua is, and like how Dylan Gabriel's top 5 right now, and you're going to have a low ADOT, and you're going to do things within 5 to 10 yards, then you have to be like Tua in the respect of your completion percentage has to be there as well. And that's where Tua last year led the league in that.
This goes back to the Browns, who it's like the face value of, hey, we're adults in the room and we're responsible and we don't emote, we just react on logic. And then you actually get into what they're talking about, and it's like, oh, that's hooey, right? If you just say, hey, I'm accountable, we're accountable, but then you don't look accountable, right? Okay, then at some point I got to let the football talk. Same thing with Dylan Gabriel. As a young quarterback, a lot of young quarterbacks. It's like you're normalizing because you've overdrafted a kid that had no business being a 3rd or 4th round pick, who is a career backup at the very best, if that actually happens. Mm-hmm. You're normalizing this because it's a good look for you. When if you actually watch the football, the kid sucks. Like, I heard, I didn't hear the segment, but I know Ken and Anthony today talked about, are we too mean about Dylan Gabriel? It's like, no, we're going through the same steps of evaluation that we do with every quarterback. And honestly, we were too mean on Baker Mayfield. That is a fair thing. Well, we jumped to the end of the story on that one.
We might be less mean if Dylan was, as you said, a top 5 pick or a top 10 pick. Then we would talk about the growing pains. We'd talk about how you're not a finished product 5 starts in. You can't possibly... Like, right, we had Ross on, we'll have Ross on today, but last week, he kind of scoffed at that idea. He's like, I'm not declaring anyone anything after 5 starts. It's like, but with Tua, you really... Sorry, Freudian slip. With Dylan, you really kind of can, though. Yeah. Like in many ways, you really kind of can.
Yeah, with 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round picks, it is okay to write them off because that's the point of 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks of the quarterback position. 216-474-0092. Do we need to be more patient with Dylan Gabriel? How patient will you be with Dylan Gabriel? Dan Orlovsky, fresh off car troubles, ESPN NFL analyst, joining us in 5 minutes to talk Kevin Stefanski's future on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 923thefan.com.
The number one name that I would pay attention to if I were the Giants is what happens in Cleveland with Kevin Stefanski. If I could handpick a guy, it would be Stefanski. He's an outstanding coach, two-time coach of the year. I understand people in Cleveland are like, this guy can't coach. There's a lot of empirical data we would say otherwise.
That was Dan Orlovsky on the NFL on ESPN on Monday. We talked much about it Monday and Tuesday of this week. And now, to get his take on Kevin Stefanski, the head coach, we can also get into the Giants opening as well. But, of course, the state of the Browns and more. This man, you want to know commitment to others? The man's having car trouble today, and he shows up for us anyway. ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky now joining us on the Fan Hotline. Dan, you're a gentleman for showing up. If I had car issues, I would have bailed on this whole thing. I'll just be honest.
Yeah, there's a little bit of I'm a sicko. I stand by, being a man of your word. Taking care of people who have taken care of you, being good to people who have been good to you. So at the end of the day, my Jeep broke down for the second time in the same fashion, like 4 years, which is probably a me problem more than anything. But all good. All
right. So you had said, you think Kevin Stefanski, if he's not in Cleveland next year, would make sense for the Giants, and you use empirical data. Some Browns fans didn't like that use of, I don't want to say defensive, but that support of Stefanski. Walk us through why, after 6 years, you think Kevin Stefanski has shown is a good football coach, and he would be a fit for the Giants if he's not in Cleveland.
Well, I think that when he gets competent quarterback play, he wins a lot of games. And I understand that there's been losses, but, the year that he had Baker and Baker was healthy, they won 11 games. They won a playoff game in a year where he had to go through 5 quarterbacks. But, Joe Flacco, certainly on the back end of his career, was still competent quarterback and playing at a competent level. They won 11 games. And so those other years when it's been this revolving door of guys, none of those other guys have gone on to play good football. There was a moment when Jameis did for a brief moment, but it's not like the guys that he had in Cleveland that weren't Baker and Joe played. Stefanski struggled with them. Those guys have gone on to somewhere else and played at a really high level outside of Joe this year. And everyone that wants to bring that argument to me, they got different animals in Cincinnati on the perimeter. So, I'm not taking anything away from Joe, but you could throw the ball to those guys and have a lot of success. And there's, I think, a good amount of quarterbacks that would do that this year. And my challenge to anybody would be this. He's a 2-time coach of the year. He's dealt with a lot of noise. He's never wavered or never buckled. And I would ask you, outside of those 2 years that he's had competent quarterback play and won 11 games, what coach does anybody think would do a better job or do a successful job with where they've been standing as?
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily about that, Dan. I think for myself, it's more the idea, and I'm speaking more for Cleveland than I am for a future opening.
Sure.
More the idea that it's been 12 quarterbacks for a guy that thinks he's Kyle Shanahan, who can just take any quarterback and make him be great. 12 quarterbacks to have none of them stick, while also then winning 5 games in the previous 2 seasons. It's just not good enough after year 6.
Yeah, and I understand that perspective, but who's picking the quarterbacks? I'm not sitting there telling everybody that Stefanski's the only person or having no voice in it, but who's picking the quarterbacks? When have the quarterbacks been selected? I don't know exactly what happened with the Baker situation. Obviously, the injury happens. I don't know if Kevin chose Deshaun or not. You hear the rumors that was an up-top decision and that was an ownership decision, and I think that he tried to make that all work. Obviously, Deshaun wasn't healthy and not playing well, so yeah, I get the 12 quarterbacks, but my point is, out of those 12, who have been good? And then when those guys have been good, what has Kevin Stefanski done with them and that team? I understand the numbers high, but it's not like those quarterbacks have been successful anywhere else.
I will say, I think recency is probably not helping Kevin here because I think I feel like it's an understated thing that Dylan was his guy. and then Dillon has come in. I know he's a late third rounder, but he has looked more like a backup than a starter without like the traits you would see in a first round pick that would make you to believe, hey, this guy's going to be something, just be patient.
Yeah, I would agree that Dillon, I thought early on maybe his first start was relatively impressive, and it really hasn't gotten any better since then. But and I know that people are going to sit here and say these are excuses, but guys, who are we throwing to? I mean, Jerry's a good player. Jerry Jeudy's a good NFL receiver. I don't think Jerry Jeudy's a number one NFL receiver. Njoku's a good tight end. Fannon's been really promising as a rookie, but it's not like this offense, certainly not even this year, has had a lot of perimeter talent to get the ball to. They've had mostly number 2 or 3 or number 4 receivers to throw the ball to, playing in number 1 and number 2 roles. The offensive line's been a little beat up. So, yes, the quarterback and the coach have to, help that improve. But we live in this world where, okay, we could take this average or below average talent, and if you're an elite coach or an elite quarterback, you're going to make them all pros. That's not real life. And so, yeah, I get the whole Dillon thing, but it's almost like the coach question. Does anyone think that that if we took who's balling this year at the quarterback spot, Baker Mayfield, Matthew Stafford, that if they put him in Cleveland, they would be lighting it up this year? Absolutely not. They don't have a ton of perimeter talent.
All right, so let me ask you this then. So obviously you had the whole diatribe about him being the answer for the Giants potentially, but do you feel like we should even get there then? It sounds like you have a defensive Stefanski to keep his job. Is that how you think it'll go down at the end of the day?
I'll take this stance. I think Kevin Stefanski's a really good coach. Obviously, Cleveland is in a situation where they're going to need to get a quarterback. I have no idea what the contract situation is with Deshaun and what the dead cap space all is, and how does that hinder. I think he's a really good coach, and that doesn't mean that he has to stay in Cleveland. I think you need a type of quarterback that fits with his scheme the best, no question. And so if that's somebody in the draft that, if Ty Simpson from Alabama and is available and Cleveland wants to take him, he's the perfect stylistic quarterback for Kevin. So I would say keep him. But I also understand where you could be a good coach and it's kind of run its course in a certain location, and so I can understand that being a reality as well.
Dan, let's go the other way with this one. If the Browns' job does open up, Stefanski would have been here 6 years, Andrew Berry would have been here 6 years. That is some continuity for Jimmy Haslam, which had been the previous bugaboo. Do you think that if the Browns' head coaching job opens up now, it's actually a desirable job?
I think that a lot of that is going to depend on where they're selecting, to answer it truthfully. If you feel that they're going to have a top 5 pick and you love one of those quarterbacks that's coming out, we'll see who does, then it's going to be a desirable job because you're going to have 2 first-round picks. You're going to have the chance to select rookie quarterback. And also, it's the reality with Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz is a really good defensive coordinator. That defense is playing at a high level. There's still a lot of young talent on that defense. Does Jim Schwartz decide to leave if there's no Stefanski? Does he want to stay? Does the potential next head coach, if it's not Kevin, have a relationship with them? Because that would feel like even a more desirable. Hey, Jim Schwartz is going to stay. We've got a top 5 pick. This guy loves, Dante Moore. He loves Fernando Mendoza or someone like that. Then, yeah, it certainly looks like a place that is a desirable spot. That being said, they're still going to have to add talent on the outside because I don't care who the quarterback is. You'll never get consistently high quarterback play with the perimeter talent that they have right now.
We've talked about a few names. We talked about Mike McCarthy. We brought up John Gruden. We've talked about Kingsbury. We talked about a few different names. What names pop out to you that the Browns should be interested in?
Yeah, I mean, Jesse Minter is wildly impressive. He's the defensive coordinator for the Chargers. He's been around football for a very long time. I think he's got a really great understanding of people. He's super impressive to talk to when you just get the opportunity to chat with him. Clint Kubiak's very impressive as well. I don't know if Clint has this overwhelming personality to run a organization right now. He's a very impressive coach. I think he's still very young in that coaching career. Obviously, Mike McCarthy has been around a long time. I think I would be a little bit cautious just because he needs a very specific style of quarterback as well. He needs a quarterback that has to be a rhythm quarterback, a timing quarterback, so that could box you in the draft. So, but Minter is very impressive.
All right, Dan, let's look to the Browns as it is. They're not activating the 21-day window for Deshaun Watson this week, at which point, after that 21 days is up, they'd either have to activate him or he'd be out for the year. But this has led to some speculation about who the next quarterback off the bench would be. What would your reaction be if Deshaun Watson played before Shadeur Sanders this season?
My reaction would be that would be the decision of the owner. I don't think that there's a lot of football reasoning to put Deshaun Watson on the field. It would feel like the financial reasoning of we have paid him X and we're paying him X. So let's give it one last shot to see if somehow, some way the miracle happened. But I don't think there's a lot of football perspective. If you were just asking me from that vantage point, I would sit there and go, I'd much rather put Shadeur on the field just to see what Shadeur has, more so than, a Deshaun Watson who hasn't played good football in 4 or 5 years and hasn't been healthy for the better part of 3 of them.
Why do you think there's a hesitancy from Stefanski to move to Shadeur at this point after watching Dylan maybe just not be the greatest for 5 weeks?
Yeah, I don't know if there was a previous plan set in place before the season that it was going to be X, and once we get to that date, then, you can move on to that next person. I don't know if they're not seeing enough in practice. I'm obviously not there. I know Shadeur has missed some time during the season because of health, and so, I don't know if he feels that he's capable to go out there and operate and give himself the best chance. Do they think that they're decent enough as a football team to give themselves or give him the best chance to go play at a fair level? And so, I mean, if people are going to practice and they're seeing Shadeur practice and he's practicing at a high level, then I would sit there and say, I don't know the reason that he's not getting the chance to play. Now, if he's not practicing at a high level or he's not doing things in practice to prove to the coaches, let's give him a chance, then, Shadeur would have to start to perform better.
Dan Orlovsky on the Fan Hotline here with Nick and Jonathan, breaking down all the latest, not just here with the Browns, but around the NFL. And that I actually want to take it there. I know there was a report from The Athletic that Matt LaFleur might be coaching for his job this year. There's been increased... I'd heard that, but there's been increased.
I'm with you. I heard it too. I just laughed at that, not you saying it.
No, I know. But there's also been increased kind of criticism of Jordan Love. If Green Bay does get to a point where they want to make a change, does LaFleur make more sense, or does Jordan Love make more sense at this point?
As far as like moving on from either of those guys?
Yes, at the end of the season.
I think that's outrageous on both ends. Matt LaFleur's a great coach, man. He's a great coach. He's had a ton of success with 2 different quarterbacks. He's one of the more creative run game guys in the NFL. This is a team that is 2 or 3 plays away from being a 1-loss football team. There's no question they can play and contend for an NFC championship this year. And Jordan's still a very high-end quarterback. I don't know the narrative around Jordan Love. Again, he's 2 or 3 decisions or snaps or throws away from having 1 loss this year. Everyone thinks he's this walking turnover. He's not. It's just not a reality statement. It's a made-up narrative of the past from maybe 3 or 4 years ago. But I think that would be wild for Green Bay to move on from either of them.
Dan, Nick and I made a burger bet yesterday around the AFC North where Nick he believes in the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers. I watched Sunday Night Football and just count me all the way out. I think the Ravens are going to end up taking the division. What side of that do you fall on?
Yeah, I feel more Ravens over the last 2 weeks than Pittsburgh. Baltimore's defense is playing exceptional. Kyle Hamilton's been as good as any defensive player in football. The Steelers just have a very, very small margin of how to play ball and win. They got to be crazy efficient on offense, and then they got to rely on DK and Freiermuth on third downs. The thing that would scare me is the way that the Chargers came out on those situational critical downs this past week and made it very clear to Pittsburgh, DK ain't beating us. They double-teamed DK and said, hey, Freiermuth ain't beating us. So they're not good enough to like strike fear into defenses personnel-wise, and that gives me reservation. The defense played better this past week, but That's obviously been a massive issue for this season in that organization. So I don't think Baltimore's even played well offensively since Lamar's come back, and they've scored 27 and 28. But their defense has been impressive. I would bank on the offense performing better and more consistently over the next couple weeks. So I lean Baltimore.
All right, Dan. Obviously, we live in the retread era. Baker, second chance, well, I think it's about fourth chance, and Tampa becomes MVP caliber talent, right? Sam Darnold in first Minnesota, now Seattle. This year it's Daniel Jones and Mac Jones. All the Joneses, really. Who's the guy? What, like, if we start looking at 2026 for the Browns, if you don't get that pick, that Ty Simpson, that Fernando Mendoza, and you got to go the retread route, who do you have the best beat on being the next Baker, Darnold, Daniel, Mac Jones kind of retread that reinvents himself somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, the answer would be Mac Jones, and he's already kind of had that season that puts him into that grouping. I don't know if he's solidified being into that grouping just yet, but Mac Jones made himself a lot of money this year, and I think that it's going to be a very interesting conversation in San Francisco. So I don't know if there's anybody else that you sit there and go pound the table because, Anthony Richardson's still a wildly talented young man, but just hasn't played football, and that gives me crazy concerns about his potential to develop. So Mac would be the name.
Would you consider Kyler or Tua on that list, or do you think they are who we've seen where they are currently?
I think they are who they've seen. I still think Tua is a very good player. I don't think Tua is out of Miami by any stretch of the imagination. I just don't think guys forget how to play. The same way with I don't think guys forget how to coach. 2 years ago, Miami was the 1 seed. Tua was an MVP. Mike McDaniel was the smartest coach in the league. Their roster gets decimated by talent, and now the quarterback and coach can't do it anymore. So I don't think Tua is out of Miami. The Kyler one's interesting. Kyler's had some moments where he's just been so good and some moments where it just hasn't happened. But I think Kyler is kind of who Kyler, was going to. I would prefer Mac Jones.
I've been pitching an all short Kings quarterback room, Dylan Gabriel, Kyler Murray, and then finding another short king in the draft. Can I know you're a tall guy, you're like 6'4", 6'5". Can I get you on a short king Browns quarterback room? I'll take that as a
That's
no.
going to be a no. That's going to be a no.
I lost you guys. What was the question?
Probably best you didn't hear that one.
Yeah, the bit's not good enough for me to repeat it, Dan. Dan, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Dan. Maybe
car trouble, phone trouble. It's a day for Dan.
Short king trouble for quarterbacks.
You want to go Boomer Esiason on us, where he just
That's
lays
true.
into all the ways that short quarterbacks just do not matter.
I also, what was the question that when I hit Boomer? Boomer's just like, yeah, I'm not touching that one.
I don't remember that.
Oh, it was the Tom Brady clone dog thing.
Oh, well, yeah, because you said if he cloned Giselle.
Okay, that was a point.
That was within reason.
The point was...
It was like an actual football question there. It's no.
He works with Giannotti.
No, I know he works with Giannotti.
Giannotti's just as out of pocket as I am, or maybe I'm just as out of pocket as Gio is.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't touch it. I'm going to be honest.
Which one?
Giselle. Giselle.
Okay.
Giselle. I think Dan actually had phone issues.
Dan was great there.
We'll never know.
We'll react to what he had to say about the Browns' head coaching situation and quarterback situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. 2020 Sports.
Browns have struggled throughout the season as they enter this weekend's matchup with the Ravens sitting at 2-7 ahead of practice today. Kevin Stefanski addressed the team's struggles and how he's holding his guys accountable.
We hold every player accountable for everything we do. I'm accountable for everything we do. So you just try to be very open and transparent and honest with your football team. A lot of that doesn't make it outside this building, and then that's just kind of part of
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
When he gets competent quarterback play, he wins a lot of games. And I understand that there's been losses, but, the year that he had Baker Field and Baker was healthy, they won 11 games. They won a playoff game. In a year where he had to go through 5 quarterbacks, but, Joe Flacco, certainly on the back end of his career, was still competent quarterback and playing at a competent level. They won 11 games. And so those other years when it's been this revolving door of guys, none of those other guys have gone on to play good football outside of Joe this year. And everyone that wants to bring that argument to me, they got different animals in Cincinnati on the perimeter. And my challenge to anybody would be this. He's a 2-time coach of the year. He's dealt with a lot of noise. He's never wavered or never buckled. And I would ask you, outside of those 2 years that he's had competent quarterback play and won 11 games, what coach does anybody think would do a better job?
No, we ended up getting sidetracked there. That was Dan Orlovsky, ESPN NFL analyst, but I did have the coach. It was because it was here.
I think there's a lot of coaches.
It was Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, and again, it's not that, because the truth is, I just
didn't want to be condescending and be like, Andy Reid could do a better job, Kyle Shanahan could do a better job, and just name all the NFL head coaches.
Well, and here's the thing. To me, the first 4 years, the thing why I never really was ever mad at Kevin at any point was the low water mark was 7 games. I can take that. If your off seasons, if the seasons where you don't go to the playoffs or you're not a contender is 7-8 wins, I think that's a sign that you can steady the ship. Last year at 3 wins, and then this year, it feels like right now you'll be lucky to get to 3 wins.
Yeah.
That's where the point of all of a sudden you're exposed as a head coach, quarterback, no quarterback. And I will make a point, by the way, on these seasons. It's not just the seasons he's had, healthy quarterback play, competent quarterback play. There's also 2 seasons where, because of the previous season, he was dealing with a middle-of-the-road strength of schedule, or even better than that, like one of the top 10 easiest strengths of schedule in the NFL.
While also having a roster that was primed to win big. I mean, I don't think it gets talked about or discussed about enough, the idea that Haslam spent more money than anybody in the NFL over the previous 3 years. And a lot of the years that we're talking about with Stefanski, that was the payoff of having very, very... like the draft classes you should have had great selections from, and having just a boatload of really talented players there that most coaches could have squeezed something out of.
Yeah, I mean, I think a potential defense of Kevin Stefanski that people are going to try and use is, well, what talent has he had over the last 2 or 3 years? And they're going to hearken back to the Deshaun deal. Well, they stopped importing good talent, and of course, Andrew Berry didn't draft well enough. And I'm like, all right, I think the catch-22 of this is, that might be fair. But I think the catch-22 with Berry and Stefanski is, did Berry not draft well enough in those years, or is Kevin not good at developing talent? Because you're not going to know that until you make a decision to keep one of them, at which point...
That was the chicken or the egg question. It was always around the 3rd-round wide receivers. Yes. It's like, well, wait, are they not developing, or is Andrew Berry just awful at drafting these guys? Because he took 3 of them 3 straight years in a row, and none of it worked.
And so I think I tend to think the second answer that Dan gave us on Stefanski tends to be the right one, where I just think there's been a lot of water under the bridge, and I just think we've gotten to a point where with the arrow pointing down in an incredibly negative manner the last 2 years, I'm really hard pressed to see Kevin pulling the nose up on this thing, even if you get the quarterback right this next offseason.
Well, so what's weird about the argument or the discussion that Dan was having with us is that he also, in that same little moment, is like understanding that it might have just run its course. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where a lot of Browns fans settle in on, is like you can acknowledge that. And I'll say this, I mean, as much as I rag on Stefanski, I think if you give him a really good offense, I don't think he'd be a bad head coach. You know what I mean? I just don't think he elevates many offenses, is the problem I have. I don't think he takes any B teams and makes them A+ teams, right? I think he takes a B team and he makes them a B team. I think he takes a D team and he makes them a D team. He is very... he'll give you exactly the performance of the team that you put out on the field, and that's fine. But ultimately, there's an understanding there from everyone that it's just it's run its course,
and that makes him like way more coaches in the NFL than you want him to be. You want him to be the guy that whatever talent, like Stephen Vogt. Stephen Vogt won 2 different ways. I know I can give you a different team every year, and Stephen Vogt's going to get within 10% the ceiling of that team. Because 2 times he's done it with 2 different teams. With Kevin, I don't like. If the best thing I can say about you is if I give you a good quarterback and a good team, you're going to win, that is 90% of coaches in the NFL.
Yeah.
Even bad coaches win with good quarterbacks and a good team. I want the coach that is going to win in spite of the roster and elevate that team above that.
Yeah, but I think where Dan and a lot of national pundits are going to be, it's going to be interesting to see is the way this head coaching search, if Stefanski does lose his job, the way it's shaping out to be, he might be the belle of the ball. Because the search process has so many Mike McCarthys at the top and not enough guys that are actually real game changers when we talk about these head coaches.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, talks Kevin Stefanski and Dylan Gabriel. Has he changed his tune? He's defended both men. We'll find out in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and I've got a tip. If a kitchen remodel is on your radar, skip the stress, skip the sticker shock, and go see my friends at Northeast Factory Direct. And you guys know,
for December 2nd. Emmanuel Clase scheduled to be arraigned at 2 o'clock tomorrow. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch the preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Get a preview of Sunday's game every Friday morning. Browns analyst Nathan Segura on The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Fridays at 9 a.m. on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. It's a hump day. We, at some point in the next day or so, we'll start turning our attention to the Ravens game. Although after the Jets game, it's tough to really get ready for the next opponent when you couldn't beat, I would say, the biggest gimme opponent you've had all season long, which is saying something because remember how much of a gimme the Miami game was. But to break down all the nonsense with the Cleveland Browns, our next guest has been an ardent. We've gotten into tiffs this year. We never get into tiffs with this guest. We've gotten into tiffs about Stefanski and Dylan Gabriel. Did the Jets' loss change anything? Well, we're going to find out now. Is on the line is Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. The fan hotline, Ross Tucker joining us now. I hope that was acceptable, Ross.
Yeah, I don't know. You kind of faded out, got a little high at the end, but at least it was a change-up, which I respect. What's up, boys?
Not much, buddy. I was just trying to give it a little so when I hit it hard, everybody knows. Did the Jets' loss change any of your thoughts on Gabriel and Stefanski?
Yeah, I think it kind of did. A couple things. I guess the Gabriel thing, I thought he played okay. The thing that's most frustrating and disappointing is when, I think he did it twice. When you're taking sacks on fourth down, you kind of lose me as a quarterback. I mean, it's fourth down. You know, give yourself a chance. Give your team a chance. 4th and 1, I don't care if you throw the ball downfield. You know, to take sacks in that situation, I thought was disappointing because, I mean, listen, I don't know what happens on the couple throws that, like, come out of his hand weird and hit the ground. Like, I don't even know. I don't have an explanation for that. Other than that, I thought he played okay. That was the part that bothered me the most. And when you combine that, you know, the taking sacks on fourth down with Devin Bush getting a defensive holding penalty on, 3rd and 14 maybe. I mean, I don't really think the Jets were even going to throw the ball unless it was wide open. I think they told Fields, unless it's wide open, then you just run it. Yet the Browns give him an automatic first down. And then the Cam Thomas offside. That's the part that I think would be most disappointing is they really came across as a poorly coached team in that game. You combine 2 kick return touchdowns where I don't think either guy was touched. I mean, touched. So that's, you know, you got something going on there from a special teams coaching standpoint if nobody's touched. Offensively, you know, 3rd and 5 or whatever it is, and you're calling a 2-yard shallow cross, throwing the ball, you're getting sacked on fourth down, and then those defensive penalties I already referenced. I thought I feel differently after this game. This was not just a loss to a good team, or this was a game where, you know, there's always momentum one direction or the other. This was a game where the momentum certainly goes the wrong way for a guy like Kevin Stefanski.
So differently to the point that you would make a change at the end of the season, or you would still just run it with Stefanski, or you got more games and you got to see how those go as well?
Yeah, the least of those. I mean, the last of those, I should say, Jonathan. See how it goes the rest of the year. I wouldn't make a change right now at head coach. I don't really know what purpose that serves. I would go with Stefanski the rest of the year. I think he's kind of earned that, and give him a chance to show improvement. Give him a chance to dig his way out, and if he doesn't and they can't, then I think if you're ownership, you have a real decision to make, or maybe not. I don't know, but yeah, I they knew it wasn't going to be a good team this year. They knew they weren't going to the playoffs, but there has to be progress, and you have to feel like your coach is getting the most out of the talent that you do have. And I think that's hard to say. I think that's hard to say right now. And they objectively came across on Sunday as a poorly coached team.
So with that, Ross, how important is this Ravens game then? Like, do we need immediate proof that that Jets loss didn't break the spirit of that locker room this weekend?
That's actually a really good question. Because if they come out and lay a total egg against the Ravens, then that says something, too, about the coaching staff. I also am curious. I don't know what the weather is supposed to be like, but I'm also curious to just see the fans. I mean, you guys have been so loyal, so diehard, so passionate, which is why I think if you Google it, I've always said the Browns are a top 5 fan base. And I think you can make a very strong argument for number 1, given the return on investment or lack thereof that Browns fans have received for their passion. It's almost like those years where you went without a team made you so appreciative of having a team that you are going to stick with them through thick and thin. Because it's not like that in other cities. In other cities, there a lot of them, when the team starts to be this bad, they just stop showing up. And there's apathy. And when there's apathy, that's when changes are made. Cleveland, you guys, it feels like you never really get to the apathy stage because it means so much to you because you know what you lost at one point.
Yeah, and it feels like, though, Ross, sometimes the team takes advantage of that. You know, that just the idea that Browns fans will just be there and they'll always be there to the point where, like our conversations this week is baited around the idea of whether or not Deshaun Watson is going to see the field this year. In most organizations, Deshaun Watson wouldn't have a chance. But with this one, you're like, well, maybe they would put him out there before they put out Shadeur.
That would shock me. I mean, they've moved on. I saw a quote from D. Podesta where he said, he was asked, I don't know if he was getting interviewed by the Rockies media or whatever, but he said, we all own that about Watson. Like, we all own that mistake. They're not putting it back out. I mean, that would really surprise me. I don't think he has any value, but if he had any value or if they could do anything with him, I know he's got the no trade and the whole deal, but getting him injured worse doesn't make any sense. I don't think he'll be out there. I do think Shadeur will be out there. I don't know when that will be. At this point, I feel pretty good that Gabriel probably not project to be an NFL starter. I think if you're playing Gabriel now, it's probably more about whether or not you feel good that he can be a number 2. Is he a number 3? Is he a number 2? Is he a guy that's not in the league? I don't think you can watch him and feel like, hey, this is our long-term starter. Does that mean he can't someday be a starter? No. Or he can't be like a low-end starter, high-end backup? I think that's a possibility. But I think it's pretty clear he's probably not the long-term answer here. And they probably had that idea, but they wanted to give it a shot. So now, when you're playing him, it's A, because you probably still believe he gives you the best chance to win, and B, because you want to definitively know what he is. In other words, if they're going to get somebody in the draft this upcoming year, is Gabriel your number 2? Is he good enough to be your number 2? I mean, you have him under contract the next 3 years, not for much money. Has he shown enough that you feel good that he's even the number 2, or do you need to bring in a veteran?
Ross, it's interesting you talk about bringing in a veteran because I think right now we should probably be planning on a veteran starter next year until they are in a spot for the number 1 or number 2 picks, just because we might not have 1 or 2 guys worthy of a top 2 or 3 pick. And if you're the 3rd pick, you're going to be, You're going to be screwed here. So I'm going to give you a couple names here of retreads for the Browns, and I wanted to know what you would pick for the Browns next year. Mac Jones, Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, or Tua Tagovailoa?
Well, first of all, right now the Titans would have the number 1 pick, and they're not taking a quarterback. So, if the Browns have the 3rd pick, maybe they have to trade up to number 1 if they love Mendoza or Ty Simpson or any of these guys. If they love one of those guys enough, maybe they'd have to trade up. The Titans probably want the number 1 overall pick so they can try to get a king's ransom for it. I don't know if anybody will think any of these guys is worth a king's ransom, but I would just make that point. I don't like the Tua idea in Cleveland because of the wind and how tough the weather can be November, December. So Tua is out for me. Tyler, Mac Jones, who's the other one?
Geno Smith.
Well, listen, money matters. Financial commitment matters because I don't think any of those guys are really someone that you want to have the job for years and years. I guess out of those guys, the one that feels like he'd have the best chance to have success, a la Darnold or Mayfield, would be Mac Jones. The Cardinals organization has just put so much into Kyler Murray, and it just hasn't happened. He's just so inconsistent week to week. I don't really know what's happened to Geno Smith this year. He was playing better in Seattle. And then the question is can you get out of Mac Jones what Kyle Shanahan's getting out of Mac Jones? Which is, even though they lost on Sunday to the Rams, he still threw for over 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. I think my answer is Mac Jones. He also played in New England for several years, so he's played in those elements. Mac Jones.
So what route would you rather go, though? And I agree with you. I think Mac Jones is the right answer here. But would you rather go Mac Jones, or would you rather go, how high do you think of these other quarterbacks that you've talked about, the Ty Simpson? I'll throw Dante Moore in the mix, even though he might actually return to Oregon, and then Mendoza.
I think that remains to be seen. These guys are going to play in a bunch of big games the rest of the year, and we're going to get more clarity about them. I will say, both Mendoza and Dante Moore, because I watched both those games, Jonathan, man, they came up big when they had to late. They're both trailing on the road at Penn State. Dante Moore is trailing on the road at Iowa, like in the rain.
Yeah, awful weather. Yeah.
He made a beautiful throw down the sideline. That was the key play on the drive when they absolutely had to have it. Mendoza, I guess, was fortunate with a couple of the best catches I think I've ever seen, but he still did it. He still did it at Penn State. Their D-line had been getting after him, threw the ball down the seam a couple times, the sideline route to number 80, back in the end zone through Cooper. That was impressive. I've watched both those kids a couple times. Mendoza, he just looks like he's kind of got it figured out. He looks like a pro quarterback already. Interestingly, he does not come across to me as a guy with wow physical traits. I think maybe kind of like in the Mac Jones category, although he's more mobile, and he showed that he's willing to run. He just kind of, he had like an 8-yard shovel pass while he was rolling left that I thought, wow, this guy is the real deal. This guy just has a knack for it.
Ross, we've got a burger bet on the show. I believe the Steelers are still going to win the AFC North. My partner believes the Ravens are going to win the AFC North. we put a burger on it. Who do you think in the end ends up to be eating a burger here on the other's dime?
Ross, I got turned off by Rodgers on Sunday night. Big way.
I editorialized it.
Had to.
Oh no, I mean I think Ravens. Yeah, I feel strongly about the Ravens. I mean the Steelers only beat teams when the other team turns it over like 5 or 6 times, like the Patriots or the Colts. The Ravens are the better team. I think the Ravens will show that. Steelers missed some opportunities to create some distance. You know who really missed opportunities is the Bengals. The Bengals lose at home to the Bears where they're up late, the Jets where they're up late. Although if the Bengals defense could get one stop, then they would be tied for first place with the Steelers with Joe Burrow about to come back. But even if they just won one of those games, they'd be 4-5 like the Ravens. But as it is, they blew it.
What if I told you I'm undefeated in burger bets at this station?
Good. He's very good at burger bets.
Like I'm like the Vince Lombardi of burger bets.
You know what's interesting about that is that maybe, now listen, not trying to be offensive, but maybe the good Lord is looking down and thinking, you know what? Wait a minute. How does the bet go? If the Steelers win the division, then Jonathan has to buy you a burger?
Yes, sir. Yeah. And then the other way around, too. If the Ravens win the division, now he has to buy me a burger.
Okay, yeah, forget what I was going to say.
Oh, I thought, okay. I thought you were going to go down the route of, like, this is God saving you from eating another cheeseburger. That's what I thought you were going to do.
Except God hasn't done that yet.
You didn't take that route.
He's not stepped in.
Was,
Maybe he wants to meet me quicker.
I was going to go there until I forgot it was flipped the other way, and that God just keeps stuffing burgers down Nick's face.
I think God just wants to meet me quicker. He's like, this guy's a good hang. Let's get Wilson up to the pearly gates as quick as possible. Ross, great stuff, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Ross.
Later, dudes.
Later, dudes. Ross Tucker. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We'll react to what Ross had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns are entering their Week 11 matchup with the Ravens, sitting at the bottom of the AFC North. Despite the team's struggles this season, Kevin Stefanski
app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
The Gabriel thing, I thought he played okay. The thing that's most frustrating and disappointing is when, I think he did it twice. When you're taking sacks on fourth down, you kind of lose me as a quarterback. And when you combine that, the taking sacks on fourth down with Devin Bush getting a defensive holding penalty and then the Cam Thomas offside, that's the part that I think would be most disappointing is they really came across as a poorly coached team in that game. You combine two kick return touchdowns where I don't think either guy was touched. I mean, touched. So that's, you got something going on there from a special teams coaching standpoint if nobody's touched. I feel differently after this game. This was not just a loss to a good team, or this was a game where, there's always momentum one direction or the other. This was a game where the momentum certainly goes the wrong way for a guy like Kevin Stefanski.
Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joining us in the previous segment, as he does every single Wednesday at 4 o'clock. Now, what's interesting is you can take the last two guests that we've had, two national NFL analysts, one who came out and said, if you give Stefanski a good quarterback, he's going to win. He's a good coach. Another who's saying that Jets loss is so crazy, it just can't be defended. They didn't look well coached. You can look at that two ways. You can go, wow, in spite of 5 wins in the last 2 years, Kevin Stefanski still has a big-name national NFL analyst on his side in Dan Orlovsky, even though the results were split. Or you could look at it and go, two guys who 4 weeks ago were definitively pro-Stefanski, one of them is no longer on board with him, and you wonder how long Dan Orlovsky will be as well.
So the difference here for myself is that I think Dan will be on there because Dan has to look at this, and Ross, they both have to look at it the same way, but I think Dan has to look at it like, can I already prop him up for the head coach openings in the offseason? And I think he's going to. I think that's the big plan for Dan here, is that he's going to be able to look. He looks around. Mike McCarthy's the hot name right now. Like that's the best that the coaching search can do. And so Stefanski's going to have another opportunity. He'll get a job somewhere else, and in the meanwhile, you have to be able to prop him up and say nice things all in the process. Where I feel like Ross, because he comes on here weekly with us, is doing like a deep dive on the Browns every single week, and I think there's a real disappointment from Ross in watching this go from belief in Stefanski down to where it is right now with I can't believe it's fallen this far.
It's going to be really interesting. Obviously, Ross has already been on a Browns call this year. We haven't had him for a minute. It's going to be really interesting to see when he goes to on the next time, because he will before the end of the season. We got 8 games left.
I feel like that Raiders game is a perfect opportunity.
Ross is almost guaranteed to be on the Browns.
He did the Raiders game last year, Raiders game this year too, maybe.
And he really, I think Ross would be very happy. Wait, the Vegas game is here. Poor Ross. That game's so much more fun if it's in Vegas for a guy like Ross, or for really anybody, rather than Cleveland.
Is it here? I think it's in Vegas, isn't it?
No, because don't you go Baltimore on the road, then Vegas at home?
No, Baltimore's here.
Did I just flip-flop those?
I think you're just confusing the schedules all.
Good Lord. Between that and the thinking it's Thursday, I am having a banner day here. But anyways, getting back to the Ross part of this.
Baltimore here, you're at Las Vegas. Yeah.
But getting to, it'll be really interesting to see where Ross is, because I kind of think the Jets' loss is so bad. You have to have a boomerang. If you have a loss that nobody saw coming, that is an inexcusable loss where you look poorly coached, you need an immediate response win that no one sees coming.
Like the Ravens game, for instance, where there's a lot of belief right now in the Ravens. Lamar Jackson seems like he's got everything figured out again.
We got a show burger bet on the AFC North. Who's going to win?
That would be a disastrous, by the way. For the burger bet, that is a disastrous win if the Browns beat the Ravens and then the Steelers end up...
It's going to be a tough Monday for you, buddy boy.
They take on the Bengals this week, I think the Steelers do. Yep. And so if they bounce back right, that's not great for the burger bet. But I'll sacrifice a burger bet to get that win that Stefanski gladly needs.
I'll just sacrifice it because we like winning here, and because quite frankly, I'll take any win against the Ravens.
Yeah, there's no sacrifice.
But if there's a burger on the line as well, even more succulent.
That's the double punch for you. Really, is all it is. But yeah, so I feel like Ross, because he's with us every week and he had a lot invested into the belief of Stefanski, I feel like he takes that one harder than maybe Orlovsky, who just has to look at it from the big picture angles. And when he talks Browns, probably 95% of the time is talking about Shadeur Sanders.
I think it's interesting is the idea that he also opened up the door with Dillon. That Dillon not only might not just be
he debated
a backup.
2 or 3. He didn't even.
Whether he's out of the NFL.
This game was a lot and he makes a great point too. When you get sacked on 4th down, what are you doing?
Yeah, listen,
that 4th and 1 was a disaster, and it's a great point by Ross to bring it up. Like, you just chuck the ball deep, do anything but take the sack.
Well, it's the problem with Dillon is the 2 touchdown plays where one. Njoku was wide open. That's a pretty easy toss. You got the ball in positive territory. Even the second one, like the 22-yard Hail Mary pass. That was you got the ball back in great position off the interception, off the turnover. So that doesn't offset a lot of really bad plays in simple situations, like a missed 5-yard throw that any quarterback should be able to make.
Yeah, the screen pass to Corley.
It's just so wild with Dillon. The stuff that I guess if he was so he has a boring quarterback. There's just no way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's so much more defensible if the short throws, if there was just incredible accuracy on stuff like that.
Because then it would be like death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yes.
And you'd be like, all right, but we're charging, we're moving down the field, and it seems like it's going somewhere. These drives just stall out so often.
You can't have an impossibly low ADOT and also have an impossibly low completion percentage.
Yeah, it's a bad combo.
And so it's interesting, I just maybe some of this is whether Stefanski's here or not. I think enough of people will respond to Dillon around the NFL that I think Dillon's going to be in the NFL for a while. But Ross throwing out there, he's like, yeah,
I don't know if he keeps playing. I don't know.
Well, but I think that's I do think we're getting to a point where Dillon could play himself out of the NFL, which is something I didn't think we could say because I thought we were all in agreement on who he was, and then he went out there, and he's not even the low bar that we set for him.
I do wonder, and he's got to be aware of that as well, so I do wonder if at some point, maybe that's what that was after the game, when he acknowledged that you can't play that poorly and expect to keep your job. Maybe that was him in a roundabout way of almost asking for someone to come save him. Because he's ruining his reputation as even just being a certifiable backup.
Well, and listen, I think it's apparent that a great deal, we've given the Gabriel Gobblers a chance to call in 216-474-0092. They never call. On the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat, where you guys can interact with it. I very rarely will ever see anybody say anything nice about Dillon Gabriel.
No, we bring up Gabriel and everyone goes DB Cooper on us.
By the way, he had the best game he's had since the Minnesota game, and none of us thought he had a good game. So what's funny is, it's funny to watch the fans give up any hope that Dillon is going to be anything. and then have a national NFL analyst come out and be like, is he a backup? Is he a third stringer? Is he not in the NFL?
Well, that's why, and not to bring it up again, but the idea that they are playing at home this week, that's why it's important, is because the Boo Birds are going to be insane, Nick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. He might get booed even in the introductions. Not even the part where it's like him playing bad in the first quarter. That's an expected amount of boos. He might get booed in the introductions.
I'd almost be surprised if he didn't get booed, if that makes sense.
I mean, NFL fans are ruthless in general. Who's applauding?
Well, and here's the thing. This is
Dylan Gabriel comes charging out and someone's standing up being like, all right.
I know, Dylan. It's like Colt McCoy when people cheered when Colt McCoy got hurt and everybody took offense to it. And Colt took offense to it. And what Colt didn't realize is it wasn't about Colt. It was about an organization that had screwed over fans again. And when you boo a player, you're not really booing the player unless it's like a Deshaun situation where there are other reasons you're booing him. But like with Dylan, if he gets booed, it's really not about Dylan. It's about an organization that basically did the Cody Kessler trust us on Dylan Gabriel, only to get boned hard on Dylan Gabriel.
Well, and it'll also be the idea that a lot of fans want to see Shadeur play, and at this point, there's no reason why he's not playing.
We got a Darius Garland update coming up in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
2017s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus, 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible board-ins on Essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima are hitting the road along with 92.3 The Fan for a special charitable event benefiting shoes and clothes for kids. All listeners invited to join us Friday, November 21st at the brand new Bomber Sports Cards located at 203 East Royalton Road in Broadview Heights, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Okay, it's going to be a special edition of the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies. Come out and meet the fan and all the personalities. Enjoy lunch from Donato's, admission completely free, and shoes and clothes for kids will be on site collecting new socks and donations for those in need. It's 92.3 The Fan's Shoes and Clothes for Kids event with Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, Friday, November 21st at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights.
My, what a read we got going on there. What a professional we have here with that read. We do have Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes today. Darius Garland, the toe contusion.
The great toe.
I don't even really know how to feel when somebody says toe contusion. Because, in fairness, it's a toe contusion on the great toe that he just had surgery on.
Yeah.
So it feels like a bigger deal than just a toe contusion.
Google tells me a toe contusion's not that bad.
I don't know.
Google tells me it's like a 1 to 2 week thing. Now, I don't know if you trust Google, doctor. Google will tell you that
Now,
like
this is not your private conversations with ChatGPT, right?
No, I can't have ChatGPT thinking that I have a great toe contusion.
That's
so
true.
we had to move
it
this
might
one.
Impact its thoughts.
We had to move this one to Google. We wanted to make sure that this one was fine.
John's a great guy, but he's got a toe contusion. He must be a real wuss.
Anything questionable that they'll bring up later on, I move to the Google. I can't have ChatGPT thinking sour of me. And so Google tells me like 1 to 2 weeks shouldn't be that bad. That's what Google says.
So it's
Google will tell you a stub of your toe is cancer. So we're getting there.
I don't think that's what Google will tell you.
Google will tell you just about, in the very early days, Google would tell you just about anything leads to the worst results imaginable.
Oh, so it's like AI overview now.
It would scare the living daylights.
AI overview is always like, well, that's not correct.
You could have a headache that you know is just like take an Advil, call it a day, and the headache, if you read long enough, would tell you that you need to be in the ER instantly.
WebMD.
Oh, yeah.
My mom used to be a nurse's assistant, and that right around the time where WebMD first came out, it was the absolute bane of the existence of literally every person in the medical field. For somebody to be like, I got a fever of like 99.3. I think I'm dying. Well, no, that's not what WebMD said. It didn't say you're dying. It just said that yes, people who die can have fevers. Yes.
Right. It's like who went to medical school here to be able to tell you what you need to know.
Although I'm not going to go after the medical professionals.
I hope not.
No, the only thing is, like, guys, you don't have to walk. You don't have to look at your chart to know that I'm obese. You don't need to.
What do you?
I've had 3 doctors.
Are they like
in my life.
They look down to confirm that you're obese?
The first was Dr. Richmond when I was like 18, and my new doctor, my new primary. It goes the same way. They're walking in, they're looking at your chart, they don't see you yet, and they go, "Oh, Mr. Wilson, it appears that you are grossly overweight." And I'd be like,
you're like, well,
you
really?
think you're breaking news to me? You see the number on the scale, and you think that somebody who weighs 350 pounds doesn't think to themselves, I'm a fat ass?
Yeah, so the BMI, what does your BMI end up telling you? Obviously, it'll not say not great things. But
it's outrageous.
The BMI will tell me not great things.
Yeah.
The BMI will use terms like obese, and I'm like, can we have a discussion?
When they say somebody
can we talk this one out?
When they say somebody who's 6'4" needs to be 200 pounds, I'm out on BMI.
Yeah, BMI is faulty. I don't know who came up with it, but it's been outdated for a while.
I'm going to tell BMI is thick thighs save lives.
They put it on that chart in the right side corner, and you're like, geez, you're the only thing in life that calls me obese. I don't like it.
Yeah, I noticed you don't have a shoulder measurement there for these bad boys, so I'm going to...
Right. They can't tell muscle mass.
We got a BMI and then holy crap shoulders.
That's right. Yeah, we're both. We've been cultivating mass for a while.
You know how Madden will have different ratings, and you're like, what is that thing? And then it's like superstar ability or throw in traffic. If you're going to put BMI there, that's fine. Incredible calves. I need like calf game on fleek.
Does anybody ever point out that your calves look so strong because you are carrying a lot of weight consistently?
But there are fat guys with chicken legs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I always assumed like a lot of the guys
this
just
developed from
Yes.
years of carrying around.
That's kind of what I always thought. Yes. That is what I thought.
I just love the idea that from now on we both need to do a scientific study of every time we see a grossly overweight person, we're like, I got to check out those gams.
I figured.
I got to know what this guy's rocking.
Well, grossly overweight is mean, but I figured if we saw Ken, I bet Ken would have great calves too. I just assumed.
I have always assumed Ken's more of a chicken leg man.
Ooh.
I mean, no. I mean, because here's the thing. No.
What? Yeah,
Because
chicken leg Carmen. I didn't know that was a thing.
Ken's a big dude, but like,
yes, you're carrying around a lot of weight. You're gonna build up a lot of that's a lot of stuff you're carrying around.
I don't know. I just have never looked at him and thought this man's got some gams on him. That's all. I mean, don't make it weird, but I've just never thought that. Ken, if you've got gams on you and I'm doubting your calf game, I will immediately rescind this.
You're not the first person that has ever come up and told me as a larger human they brag about their calves though. So I just assume this is something that a lot of larger people tend to not only have but also then be very aware of.
Okay, so I think this is profiling. You've talked to like two fat guys, and just because we both happen to have good calves,
existed on planet Earth for 36 years. You think I've only talked to two fat guys?
No, but about their calves.
Okay.
Yeah, like
I was going to say.
I'm going to go ahead and say that you don't have a huge plethora of experience talking to fat guys about calves. That's a very specific niche on the internet.
I think I've had so many conversations about it that I'm like, I guess I always thought it was a thing with fat guys or bigger guys. I don't like calling you fat. That's not nice.
It would be accurate though.
I don't like it though. It doesn't feel good.
Yeah, but big guy, that's just it's not really. I mean, I am a big guy, but it's not. Fat's appropriate. Right?
It doesn't feel good though. I just don't like that. I mean, you're giving me the Peterlin pass.
Obesity.
Yes, you're telling me it's okay, so I'll know in the future it's okay. But I need to let you know I feel uncomfortable anytime I'm like as a fat person. That doesn't feel good.
Oh, that's weird. I think it's funny.
That feels. Oh, you do? Okay, good.
I think it's funny when people get mad about like, well, you're a fat guy, and they're like, well, how dare you say that? It's like, okay, like do bald guys get mad when you're like, hey, well, as a bald man, because at some point you just can't beat the allegations, right?
It's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. There's no difference to me.
Now,
I get that.
When you say as a fat man, you then do have to add with great calves. Or shoulders. If you want to comment the shoulders.
Sure.
Yeah. When I was born, I've told this story a lot.
Yeah.
The OBGYN was like, we got a football player. Look at these shoulders. And my mom grabbed him by the tie and brought him up to her face. She leaned forward and said, will you shut something up?
Well, she was in a lot of pain, I would imagine.
She was, because I have big shoulders.
My father-in-law is an OBGYN. He's never told me about commenting on the baby when they come out. You had a different OBGYN.
You can't tell me you're not thinking like, we got a real chunk here.
On the spot diagnosis. Oh, you got a football player now. Like you're ready to go.
Unfortunately, he didn't see my complete lack of ass, which just really hurt me in the whole. I guess if you see power to speed kind of thing.
If you see hundreds of babies though, and you deliver hundreds of babies, you have the ones that are in the 1% have to stand out to you.
I think so.
You know what I mean? Like they have to. Something different is happening here. I need to let people know this is not normal. This is the 1%.
Now we should note that we've got a self-identifying Gabriel Gobbler on the line here. I think we finally got a Gabriel Gobbler.
This is the first call in 9 months to be a Gabriel Gobbler.
All right, gobble, Brian. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Nick. How's it going?
Now, when you meet other Gabriel Gobblers, do you guys give like a turkey call? Is it like...
Oh, no. I don't meet many of them. Is this Jonathan with an H I'm talking to?
The only H is like after like the TH part of spelling it.
Okay, I'm just asking because I got that Brian with the I, and I know you don't like us. So,
well, you're not my favorite Bryans. I do like Brian with him for Bryan is my favorite. Yes,
I got you. Hey, I got so many things to say now. You talking about the fat guy stuff?
We got like 30 seconds.
Great calves. Oh, you kidding me?
Yeah, you do. You got great calves. I know you do.
All right, Gabriel Gobbler though. You know what? This guy, we're not giving him a chance
because he stinks.
No, because you got no receivers, no line. Okay.
The guys are open. If you watch the tape, I'm gonna say it. If you watch the tape, they do catch.
The one where he hit a guy right in the helmet.
Brian, you don't know if they can't catch because he's not throwing the ball to them. They're wide open.
Terrible. He's terrible.
Dylan Gabriel is terrible. You're right.
Come on.
All right, we got a boogie, okay?
All right.
Oh, Brian. Oh,
He's a tiny little guy.
That call did not go how he wanted it to go down. He was like, I'm gonna really defend it. This is it. I actually enjoyed the idea that somebody called in defending Dylan for a second there.
I enjoy the idea that if you go down to the Muni lot this weekend, you're just going to hear a lot of people going,
Yeah, you did that.
I did.
Yeah, you did that.
They're Gabriel Gobblers. It's a bunch of turkeys. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
performance is scheduled for December 2nd. Emmanuel Clase set to be arraigned at 2 o'clock tomorrow. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on the show, Ashley Bastock coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Brian, who was the Gabriel Gobbler, made a bold prediction on Twitter after we threw him off the air because we were up against it, saying that Dylan will be Baker in a few years.
Yeah, it is a bold prediction.
Bold prediction.
All right, Brian with an eye, you were there first, okay? You were first to the moon on that one. You might be the only one on the moon on that one, but
and
you're
honestly,
there.
I like the hey, no one's taking this action right now. I'm going to slide in there, and then if it doesn't work out, well, hey, I was wrong. Right? I believed in the guy that Kevin Stefanski believed in, so I'm wrong. That's okay.
Is Brian actually named Kevin Stefanski? We've not had someone believe in Dylan Gabriel the same way outside of just Stephen. I almost called him the backwards version. You used that on Twitter the other day.
Stephen Kostanski.
Stephen Kostanski.
Tough one to say.
It's just ridiculous is what it is.
It is.
Like absolutely ridiculous.
Like many things that we do. ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky joined us at 3:20 today. He came to the defense of Stephen Kostanski, but understood that his time in Cleveland could be at an end after this season.
I think Kevin Stefanski's a really good coach. Obviously, Cleveland is in a situation where they're going to need to get a quarterback. That doesn't mean that he has to stay in Cleveland. I think you need a type of quarterback that fits with his scheme the best, no question. And so if that's somebody in the draft that, like if Ty Simpson from Alabama and is available and Cleveland wants to take him, he's the perfect stylistic quarterback for Kevin. So I would say keep him. But I also understand where you could be a good coach and it's kind of run its course in a certain location. And so I can understand that being a reality as well.
I don't know. Ty Simpson might like to throw the ball too deep too often.
Hey, your ADOT's like above 6.5 yards. We don't do that
it's just
here.
Too deep for us. I'm sorry. I don't know that it actually fits the scheme. It is interesting. I liked a lot of what Dan had to say in his defense of Stefanski. I thought a lot of it just fell short for me, and that's okay. That's fine. Dan's entitled to his opinion.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like this, I think the last defense of Kevin Stefanski is, well, he's going to go somewhere and get another job.
It's like, sweet, go ahead.
So did Pat Shurmur. There were plenty of other coaches. And by the way, there's no rhyme or reason whether a guy turns around and gets an immediate second job, like what might happen here, or whether he has to wait a couple years. I mean, Belichick, was it 3 years in between the Browns gig and the Patriots gig? Mm-hmm. So the truth is, I don't think Kevin's an awful head coach. He's not my preference of what I want a head coach to be. If I got to fall back, if I got a head coach to fall back on one thing, I want him to be a leader. I do. And by that's equal parts. I want him to be, I want to truly see accountability. And I want to see somebody that can communicate. Because if you can do those two things, you can coach a bad team to a good record, or you can coach a good team to a great record. No problem with Kevin that he can't do that. It's just now you've gotten to the point where losing is so much, where 5 wins in 2 years. At some point, it's not realistic to think that he can pull the nose up in that locker room, which, by the way, that has a bunch of young guys in it who are going to be here 2 years from now.
I'm just not scared of him having success elsewhere. That's the thing. I think a lot of people are. I'm not. In fact, I root for Kevin. It's not as if I don't root for him. I root for him. I just don't think it's reality. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, now the problem is they're going to hire a Kevin Stefanski clone if Andrew's still here, and that...
Is this the Tom Brady thing all over again?
No, because Tom just didn't clone Giselle.
Imagine that world. Tom Brady just clones Stefanski, and we hire Stefanski 2.0, which is, supercomputer Stefanski. To go with supercomputer Gabriel. Now we're talking.
Supercomputer really is Stefanski's version, or this Browns team's version of Just Trust Me from Hugh Jackson on Cody Kessler. It's like, you're not going to beat those allegations now.
Except even when Hugh said it, Hugh knew he was lying. I feel like Stefanski has not picked up on the idea that the supercomputer just doesn't work. More from Orlovsky as we asked him why Stefanski is waiting to replace Dylan Gabriel with Shadeur Sanders.
I don't know if there was a previous plan set in place before the season that it was going to be X, and once we get to that date, then you can move on to that next person. I don't know if they're not seeing enough in practice. I'm obviously not there. I know Shadeur has missed some time during the season because of health, and so I don't know if he feels that he's capable to go out there and operate and give himself the best chance. Do they think that they're decent enough as a football team to give themselves or give him the best chance to go play at a fair level? And so, I mean, if people are going to practice and they're seeing Shadeur practice and he's practicing at a high level, then I would sit there and say, I don't know the reason that he's not getting the chance to play. Now, if he's not practicing at a high level or he's not doing things in practice to prove to the coaches, let's give him a chance, then, Shadeur would have to start to perform better.
I think the problem with, this has always been a part of the plan and other pieces of logic like that. It doesn't mean there's not a kernel of truth to them, but other pieces of logic like that is it implies that Kevin Stefanski feels the same commitment to Shadeur that he does to Dylan Gabriel. And this is not me knocking Kevin. Coaches, especially offensive head coaches, the quarterback is their baby. So when you draft a quarterback, you have to believe in that quarterback with everything you're worth. And I think he does believe in Dylan Gabriel for everything he's worth. And I think Shadeur was drafted against Kevin's will, and I don't think Kevin's forgot it. And so that's very human. This happens in the NFL the whole time, but I don't believe that Kevin has ever had Dylan or Shadeur on the same equal footing. I don't think they've gotten the same opportunities. And I think from what I've seen, Shadeur has looked better in his opportunities than Dylan has in his. So at some point, you're just being stubborn. At some point, you're just going down with the Titanic.
I just don't believe they've had a plan because there's no world where your plan is Joe Flacco plays for 4 games and then we trade him to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That's just not, that's nobody's plan. That's not a plan. Nobody came up with that and thought that's what we're doing.
Or that Dylan would look this bad. And again, it should be noted, like the devil's in the details, and I'm so glad that Ross pointed out the fourth down, the sacks on fourth downs.
Yeah.
Because the situational football stuff is what Dylan's supposed to be good at, right? The whole point of Dylan is, he doesn't have an elite arm. He's not an elite athlete, although he can move a little bit. He's certainly more than Joe Flacco. He's not elite in terms of accuracy down the field. His thing is he gets the ball out quickly. Mm-hmm. He makes quick decisions, and he's incredibly accurate in the short game. Okay, well, he just continues to have brain farts in key situational football, right. And then he's got a laughably low ADOT and a laughably low completion percentage. Those three things shouldn't go together.
We're having these stupid things pop up every week. If it's not the taking a sack on fourth down, it's the intentional grounding in the end zone, and for the safety. It's one thing after another with him. We get one thing a week where it's like, you just had a brain fart moment.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
Yeah, and I think the frustrating part about that and what we're talking about is I know why teams do this. Teams try really hard, and the Browns more than anyone, to I don't want to say gaslight, but to normalize things that aren't normal. It is not normal for a young quarterback with this kind of talent who's supposed to be a specific profile of quarterback to look this bad, and then everybody falls back on cliches you use for more talented quarterbacks. You just can't. Right? Like that. Oh, by the way, he's young. Yeah. He spent 6 years in college.
Yeah, he was basically Ben Wilder in college. Yeah, no.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Let's go with Darius Garland. It was announced today he sustained a contusion on his left great toe on Monday. He'll miss tonight's game against the Heat on no fouls given. Danny Green, former Cavalier, said that regardless of health, he expects more from the Cavs.
I know it's early, but they're not showing me enough with the group they have. Even with healthy, I just don't see them beating any of the teams that have some experience. Yeah, by All-Star break, I'm gonna predict there's gonna be some type of move as one of the big players. If the ship ain't going in the right direction, one or two of those guys are gonna be gone.
Oh, were they eating in the beginning of that?
I think they were.
Or
eating, maybe opening a can of soda, because there's it's a can of soda opening there.
Some of these people eating on these podcasts these days.
Taking after Andy Baskin.
It's always going to bother me.
He opened the door. Had to do it. Is tonight?
You text the apology to Andy. I'll stay out of that.
And we'll just put up another video of him eating.
Keith loved that joke.
He did.
Keith laughed his ass off back there. He loved that joke.
Now, this being said,
they're not trading anyone from the Big Four at the deadline. It's been a conversation for a while. It's not happening, especially now with Darius being injured. What team is trading for Darius Garland when he's been this injured in his career?
It's just quintessential overreaction, which is fine, by the way. Like, we do need more people who put stock into results in the NBA, especially early in the season. I'm not worried about it. Now, that being said, tonight is just going to be not a lot of fun.
No
Donovan, no Darius, no Evan. It's the B team.
It's a Wednesday. I don't have anything else to watch. I'll watch it, but it's only because I don't have anything else to watch.
It's the B team, and
if this was Thursday night and I was debating between, I don't debate, I got multiple TV setups, so it'd still end up getting on, but it wouldn't get prime TV treatment. It'll get prime TV treatment because nothing else is going on.
It's also the B team against Miami when everybody's been in Miami for 4 days.
Yeah, but that's kind of like, you ever, when you go to Vegas, by day 3 or 4, you're tapped out of what Vegas has to offer.
Well, I think that's the point.
Yeah, like you did it.
I think you're going to throw the B team out there.
Especially at 36. After 2 days anywhere, I'm like, all right, we're good here.
And
especially places like Vegas that are just a bunch of fun, and that's it.
They're going to need one of those IV drips before the game starts because they've been in Miami for 4 days. They've got no fluids left in their body.
Yeah. Have you ever had an IV done?
Me?
Yeah.
Like what kind of IV? Like
you were drinking and then the next day you go to one of those spots and they have these in Vegas and you get the IV done.
No, I want to though.
I've done it. It's fantastic.
I'd drink more. If I could afford that kind of stuff, I would drink more. But
my hope for us as a society is that 10 years from now, that just becomes a thing that everyone can have in their house, and then you can just have the IV drip. You wake up, you're hungover, so you do the IV drip yourself, and it's so easy and it's so just readily available, and then boom, you're off to the races at a very affordable rate.
So your Amish housekeeper, after
she's not
dusting the top, and after trying to break her off some Peterlin,
she doesn't have to do that.
Then she gives you the IV.
That's not her job. No. It would be a self-administered IV.
Anna,
that you would give.
Daddy needs the drip.
Well, I did make her a sandwich, so maybe she would.
Yes, you did. Lisa's a very secure woman. That's all we're going to say.
She's got every reason in the world to be secure, Nick.
Yes, she does.
Every reason in the world.
You're a trustworthy man. Wink, wink. Me, babe. Amish ladies, especially 22-year-old ones, just not my thing.
It really isn't, for being honest about it.
Yeah, no, me neither. Me neither, especially if they're attractive.
I don't know why she has to be the one to administer the IV drip. My idea on this is that it's a self-administered IV drip, so you have the own capabilities.
Better if the help does it, right? Johnny?
The help does it.
Yeah.
She shows up once every 2 weeks for a few hours. It's not a big deal.
A few hours.
It's not a big deal.
You lucky dog. Ashley Bastock.
I make her sandwiches.
Yes, you do. Cleveland.com joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk about patience with Dylan Gabriel and Kevin Stefanski in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Summit Sound. Speaking of spending just a couple hours, on Saturday I went over to Summit Sound and I had Roger and his team install a remote.
Host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got, in case you missed it, coming up at 6:40 today. But Browns are 2-7. We do have the Ravens game on the docket this weekend. The Browns just 7.5-point dogs at home there. So, not too bad. Dylan Gabriel, patience and whatnot. And the Browns have 8 games to try and find a couple wins and make this interesting heading into 2026 to talk about the state of the Browns, Kevin Stefanski's accountability, and so much more. We head out to the Fan Hotline. You usually hear her on this show at 3:20 on Wednesdays. Today, she very graciously offered to move to 5:20. Ashley Bastock back with us of Cleveland.com. Ashley, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, we appreciate you. I do want to know, Kevin Stefanski today talked about rookie quarterbacks and patience. Do you think that that conversation is appropriate for a third-rounder when most of the time we talk about patience, multi-year patience, multi-game patience with, like, first-rounders?
Yeah, I think it's important still to some extent. I think it's fair to some extent. I don't think, me personally and how I think about the quarterback position, that the same level of patience should be afforded to a third-round pick that you would afford to a first-round pick, right? And I think at that point you would be talking about, like, multiple years worth of patience. And I think everyone knows the reality is the Browns don't have multiple years. I think we all expect them to be in the race in the 2026 draft to land a quarterback and potentially a franchise quarterback. But, I think when you're talking about a third round pick and you want to see what he has and you just changed his play caller to the offensive coordinator, and look, there were still some bad things, but there were also some good and different things with Tommy Rees calling the plays. I think then talking about patience and allowing him to string some more starts together is key. But with that being said, we also know that the owner of the football team talked about wanting to see both of the rookies that they drafted this year. So you also have that working for you. But I understand this idea of them wanting to see Dylan Gabriel string some starts together this season, even though he is a third-round pick, obviously, and not a first-rounder.
Is it too late to change people's mind on Dylan? Like, is that boat already just kind of left?
That's an interesting question in terms of, like, the fan base perspective of him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in the sense that this fan base, I think, right now is so excited at the possibility of seeing Shadeur Sanders, right? And I don't know that anything is going to change their minds on that. So, look, I don't know. If Dylan Gabriel wins a couple of games, maybe fans will be a bit more excited. Like, say they manage to upset the Ravens this week. They win in Las Vegas the week after that. I don't know. Maybe there's some slight momentum, but I really just think this fan base has been so intrigued by Shadeur Sanders since he was drafted here. And then obviously you have all of the people who have been fans of Shadeur who are now following the Browns because of Shadeur that want to see him. So I honestly don't know if there's anything that Dylan Gabriel could do that would make this fan base so excited by him and, like, not want to see Shadeur Sanders at this point.
Ashley, today Kevin Stefanski talked about accountability coming off the Jets' loss. And his point was, we keep that in-house, but he's accountable. His players are accountable. And what's interesting is he says this, but then you look, and there's a lot of the same mistakes, same penalties.
Yeah.
So how do we reconcile what Kevin says about accountability with when we look on the field, we don't see maybe accountability, or at least the fruits of accountability?
Yeah, look, I struggle with that one too, guys, because, we're coming off of a game where there were egregious errors in multiple phases of the game. And for me, the most egregious are the 2 special teams touchdowns and then the final Jets drive where there were 2 defensive penalties that never should have happened. And there were others, but you talk about the situational awareness, you talk about the management of a game, and those are just mistakes that can't happen. Like, either if players are responsible for them, those players shouldn't be playing. They probably shouldn't be on an NFL roster, a 53-man roster. And if it's a coaching mistake, then that's inexcusable too, right? So it's tough for me because, I left that game thinking, wondering if there would be a change at special teams coordinator at least. And obviously Kevin came out and gave this very full-throated endorsement of Bubba Ventrone. And we are not seeing any major positional changes. So I definitely agree with fans who are like, what exactly is going on here? Because I sort of feel that way. I think it's why we ask those questions every week, but it is kind of getting to a point where it's jarring that there aren't bigger changes being made and we're expecting the result to change because, to stick with the special teams part of it specifically, it's not like this was a one-time issue. The special teams have had issues across all units this year throughout the season, going back to week 1, and missed kicks, right? You've seen missed kicks. You've seen a blocked punt. You've seen long returns. You've seen returns for touchdowns. Like, so many things have gone wrong. And it just feels like, especially if they're keeping stuff in-house, okay, well then from the outside, it just seems like nothing is changing and there's no accountability or acknowledgement that went wrong. And it kind of doesn't matter at that point what Kevin Stefanski says because fans and everyone else are not seeing it.
So do you think Stefanski then missed an opportunity by either firing Bubba Ventrone and or cutting Cam Thomas after the neutral zone infraction?
Yeah, and not all of those decisions are Kevin's, like especially obviously like roster decisions, but yeah, I'm kind of just surprised that nothing has changed, right? And in regards to the special teams coordinator, there would be precedent this season to fire a special teams coordinator mid-season. The Las Vegas Raiders just did it last week after that Thursday night game. So that to me was jarring. And I think for me, the missed opportunity, though, if you really believe in Bubba Ventrone, and I know the players stand by him and all those things, I truly left that game wondering if it was a possibility. But I feel like where the missed opportunity is coming from is the messaging from this team and the messaging from Kevin Stefanski. And I feel like we're just getting fans more and more frustrated with these press conferences, with just the blatant lack of answers that they are hearing from a 2-7 football team and a team that went 3-14 the year prior. So I think that's where the missed opportunity is, and that's kind of always how I felt when things are going poorly here. I think they can never really get a handle on the messaging.
Ashley, the Browns are 7.5-point dogs at home. How do you view this weekend against Baltimore? How do you view this Ravens game for this Browns team?
Guys, you're going to think I'm crazy. I'm going to preface it by saying that because with this Browns team, there are always games that they win that they have no business of winning. And it happened last year, right? And when did it happen last year? At home against 2 division opponents because no one thought they would beat the Ravens or the Steelers last year. So I look at this as there being a chance. I already know I'm not going to have the guts to pick that this week. I still am going to pick Baltimore to win this game because they should with some of the things we've seen from the Browns. But the recipe to win in theory is there, right? Obviously, this Browns defense is good. It's much better than this Ravens defense, which currently still ranked 26th overall in terms of yards allowed. I think Myles Garrett's going to play with his hair on fire. Lamar Jackson fighting through another injury. He didn't practice today, knee soreness. It sounds like things are going to be all systems go come Sunday, the way that John Harbaugh was talking today. But this is, in theory, a winnable game. The Ravens had not been playing well. Now, they've won 3 in a row, and I think they've gotten right a little bit, and some of those numbers are starting to turn around. But there are some opportunities against their defense, and you couple that with the fact that the Browns defense is basically built to try and stop a Lamar Jackson. Like, they know they have to face him 2 times a year. I would say an upset would be less likely if Carson Schlesinger is not able to play, and he showed up on the injury report today with a shoulder injury. But he obviously fought his way back from a high ankle sprain to play in that Jets game. So I wouldn't feel as good if he wasn't available. But I certainly feel like there's a chance, and I think, like, obviously the line kind of shows that as well. I mean, there have been times this year where we've seen them facing, deficits, but multiple scores, and that's fairly rare. So it's an interesting game to me in terms of, like, could there be an upset? I certainly think it's a possibility. I just feel like I can't pick it because mainly because I picked the Browns to win the last 2 weeks and obviously was very, very wrong in both of those picks.
I mean, I can appreciate your optimism. It's like, even you mentioned like the defense versus Lamar, and you're right. I mean, they are constructed to try to stop Lamar. But Justin Fields had 12 passing yards through 3 quarters last week. Like they shut him down about as much as you possibly can.
The defense is great.
Yeah, the defense is great.
The defense is great, and they lose it in other ways. That's totally fair, and that's ultimately why I'm not going to pick it to happen. I think it's like the recipe exists, but I don't think the Browns necessarily can actually successfully put it in the oven and bake it, if we want to use that metaphor all the way through.
Yeah, it's just they always find a way to end up just stubbing their toe and finding a way to just give it away. All right, let me ask you though, from last week, it was just a bunch of optimism, whether it was Njoku, whether it was Teller, all these players came out and they were so positive. You've been in the locker room now this week on Monday, I think it was a Zoom call with Stefanski, but you guys had practices today. Where's the vibe at with this team?
I think it's like kind of still where it was, and like for me, that's like you're not seeing guys turn on each other or like turn on the coaching staff or like anything like that, and I've talked about, you look this season at some of the things that have happened in Tennessee, right, with coaches calling out players and everything that's happened in Miami with players calling out one another and players-only meetings. Like, we haven't seen those things happen there. So I do think, and I tell fans this, like, in terms of optimism, it's not a total meltdown here, at least not yet, and at least not in that way. And I think that's a positive, and we've seen, that happen in years past before here. So I feel like they're about the same. I thought guys were appropriately angry or frustrated with the way they lost against the Jets. I asked Denzel about those 2 defensive penalties on that last drive today, and he talked about how it's unacceptable, right? So I feel like the leaders are kind of appropriately doing the things they need to do. They have the messaging down, and that's really all you can ask for, I think, when you have a 2-7 team in the situation that they're in right now.
Ashley, obviously this is a difficult one because there hasn't been a lot reported on this, but one of the conversations on the station today has been that we haven't heard a lot of calls from the locker room, whether overtly or through reports, on Shadeur Sanders and for the Browns to go to Shadeur Sanders. So based off what you've seen and what you hear, do you think this locker room would welcome the opportunity to put Shadeur Sanders out there on the field in a starting capacity?
I mean, I think they would, right? But I also think we've seen guys back up Dylan Gabriel. Like, I just think at this stage of the season, they're not, like, turning on Dylan, which I also think is good given where you are now. Because if you're turning on your starting quarterback, like, really at that point, how are you going to win any more games? But I think whenever the team decides to make a switch, like, guys will understand, right? That's the business side of it. And you're not winning football games, and you need to see what this other rookie has. So I don't think it's an either or, like, because they would welcome that means they don't support Dylan now. I think they would just be accepting when that time comes because the record is what it is. And all these guys kind of know the dealings of the NFL and the business side of it. And I think this is a big part of that.
Isn't that surprising, though, that Dylan could be as bad as he's been through 5 games and you don't have more players that are even on the side? Because I know people tell you things a lot on the side, being like, hey, Ashley, like, who this Dylan guy, isn't it? And we need to get Shadeur in here immediately.
I don't know that it's like super surprising that hasn't happened, right? And I think the other part of it is, like, it's really hard to evaluate those things when we haven't seen Shadeur Sanders, right? Like, we haven't seen a practice since training camp. So we don't know how Shadeur has developed, like what he's improved on, all those things. I mean, we hear the rumblings and the reports that like he's doing well, and that's great, but like we still haven't seen it. But I also think like knowing the culture that Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry have worked to establish, like that grumbling just really doesn't happen that often, right? It's like, for me, really, it's been a few years since you've kind of consistently heard that. I can think of like a handful of players from the earlier Kevin years where you would hear things, but it really just doesn't happen like that here. So I'm not surprised guys like Jerry Jeudy, even though for as frustrated as I think Jerry Jeudy was through this early part of the season, he never seemed like he was making pointed remarks about Dylan or anything like that, right? And man, if there's a guy who deserved to be frustrated after the New England game even, which was not great, it would have been Jerry Jeudy. He didn't even get a target until the fourth quarter. So, I mean, I do find it interesting, but it's also not super surprising to me knowing all the work the coaching staff has done in that regard with these guys.
Ashley, great stuff as always. We'll talk next week, and we get to say, if you get this right, even though you didn't predict it, we'll give you credit for being the first person to think this might be possible.
Big time credit.
Guys, I gotta tell you no on that, honestly. I don't deserve a victory lap because I don't have the guts to actually pick it. So I will not be taking a victory lap, but I mean, we can reminisce about how I laid out the possibilities, but yeah, I admittedly, if it happens, didn't have the guts to actually take it.
No, I think the fact that you've said it's a possibility, I don't think most people are going to say it's a possibility. I think you're taking it a step farther than everyone else.
And dare I say, as Stefanski's put himself in some lose-lose situations, this is an Ashley Bastock win-win. Very much a win-win. You can't lose in this scenario. Either your prediction at Cleveland.com is right, or what you said here with us is right. You're a winner either way.
You know what? I'll take it. I will allow it. Thanks, guys.
Ashley, be good. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com. Great stuff there on the fan hotline. We'll react to what she had to say in two names. It could be game changers here for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
ensure stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find out how the Browns can improve, plus an exclusive look ahead to next week.
Listen, I have a ton of faith in Bubba. I have a ton of faith in our special teams. We have to be better. That's the case. There are ways that we can try to be better. I trust our guys. I trust that we'll get back to work.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
This fan base, I think, right now is so excited at the possibility of seeing Shadeur Sanders, right? And I don't know that anything is going to change their minds on that. So, look, I don't know. If Dillon Gabriel wins a couple of games, maybe fans will be a bit more excited. Like, say they manage to upset the Ravens this week. They win in Las Vegas the week after that. I don't know. Maybe there's some slight momentum, but I really just think this fan base has been so intrigued by Shadeur Sanders since he was drafted here. And then obviously you have all of the people who have been fans of Shadeur who are now following the Browns because of Shadeur that want to see him. So I honestly don't know if there's anything that Dillon Gabriel could do that would make this fan base so excited by him and not want to see Shadeur Sanders at this point.
That is Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com. She joins us every Wednesday, usually at 3:20. Today it was at 5:20. Here's the problem with Dillon, is it's not enough that he's not very good. He's also the most boring quarterback to watch while also not being very good.
Yeah, he's really not fun to watch. We talk about Jackson Dart just being exciting to watch, and even in the games, like we have the Giants-Bears game up on the TV right now, and you're watching that fourth quarter collapse, and obviously Dart's out of that game at that point, and you notice how when Russell Wilson goes in, it just becomes a different game. It looks different, it feels different, and it becomes way less enjoyable.
Oh, see, I was thinking Cam Ward. Like, Cam Ward is bad. His numbers are as bad as Dillon Gabriel's this year, but every 3, 4, 5 plays, he does something that's like, oh, it can be the way he moves on, tries to make an off-schedule play. It can be a throw.
Yeah.
Like, even Dillon's exciting plays are...
The 22-yard Hail Mary?
Yeah. I mean, that's the wild...
that stays up in the air forever.
And we were watching that, and I was like, I don't know that I want this to be caught at this point. It's such a stupid-looking pass.
We got more jokes out of what might be the best play of the season for him, which is, how does that happen?
Well, but it's funny that we're talking about this, of, what can Dillon Gabriel do to win you back? You can't lose games and play like crap and be unwatchable. You got to either win, play really well, or make insane plays. You got to give me at least one of the three in the NFL.
He used his feet this last week. That was fun.
Yeah. I don't know. Because it's not with you, but at no point was I like, oh, this one's going to the house. It's like, this is a respectable 15-yard run. Good one.
Well, when he got out in the pocket, too, where we all know this ends not with some shoulder collision or something, badass. It ends with him sliding down 7 yards before he's about to get hit.
But, it's funny we're talking about this because one of our regular listeners, Chip, was like, listen, I know this isn't the way you build a team, but I just want Shadeur because I think it'll be fun. And I think, honestly, the Browns can go 0-8 in their final 8 games. If it's fun, and by meaning you're super competitive, you just happen to lose a bunch of games, but the offense is watchable. Yeah, I don't know anybody who wouldn't sign up for that right now.
Kind of like what you're seeing with Jackson Dart. Let's bring it back to him for a second, where they're losing games. Daboll got fired because they're losing games. Those are wildly entertaining games to watch. I think for Dillon, if you don't, it's beat the Ravens or this thing is gone, right? And even if he beats the Ravens, I don't even know that this will be enough for fans to come back from. I feel like so many fans are like you and me. We made up our mind on him. He's toast.
Unless there's a preordained plan, and that's why they haven't benched Dillon already. Right after the Ravens game, no matter what, we're going to go to Shadeur, and that's the way it's going to go. Unless there's something like that out there. And that's giving the Browns way too much credit.
Yeah.
They don't deserve that kind of plan given how their 4-man quarterback derby has just been absolute caca from start to finish. But even if that's the only way I can actually see Kevin ever benching Dillon. I think Kevin is in a rut. I think he knows his ass is grass. I think he knows it's very unlikely that they're going to pull the nose up on this thing. Mm-hmm. And so he's going to do what he wants, which is he wants to play Dillon Gabriel.
I know. You'd think at some point he'd wise up and be like this. Maybe he doesn't want his job saved, though. Maybe that's part of this, too.
I listen, it's funny. I think people are half right. I think both sides are half right when it comes to Kevin. I do think Kevin knows his job is safe in season. I also think Kevin knows he's as good as fired at the end of this season. So I think both things are true. When people scream both of those things, I'm like, we got to meet halfway here. I think he knows there's nothing he can do between now and the end of the season that gets him fired outside of going full Manziel and giving the old honk honk on the sidelines.
I thought that was Baker that did that. Manziel did that too?
No, I say Manziel. I meant Baker.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there's another incident we could talk about.
I just really wanted to get to honk
You want to do
honk.
the honk honk, yeah.
I just want to do the honk honk.
That's fine. At least you didn't do the graphic where, like, yesterday where I actually did grab it.
Yeah?
Yeah, you didn't do that.
But it was a very gentle grab. It was more of an adjustment.
I know, but we're on YouTube now, so, we got to be careful about these things. We don't want to give it all away for free, do we?
Between that and my... Yeah, that's for the Amish housekeeper. that's for Anna, the Amish housekeeper.
Actually,
Show me your tricks,
we pay
big
her
boy.
a great deal every 2 weeks to come to the house and clean.
Yeah, you pay her in more than one ways, don't you?
No, just a check. Just a check on the table.
Just I'm horny on the table.
And a turkey sandwich for her.
Is she on Rumspringa?
No,
it gets hot in North
She doesn't listen to any music or anything. It's wild.
Yeah?
Yeah, no.
She just
none of
wants
that.
to hear the sound of you breathing. That's all the music she needs.
That's enough now. That's enough. The sound of me breathing.
She's just, like Vanessa can't go to sleep unless she hears me snoring in bed next to her. It's become like soothes her. Yeah. She's just like,
okay.
I don't have an Amish. That Jonathan Peterlin,
Yes,
it's the way he breathes.
She's not foreign. She's just Amish.
Amish people have accents, dude. I just don't know what it sounds like.
What?
You don't know. Amish people do have accents. Don't look at me like I'm ridiculous here.
I'm the one with the Amish housekeeper. I think I'd be able to tell you better than you could right now.
You know one Amish. This is the fat thing all over again.
I can only go off of my
two
one
fats.
Amish.
You know two fats, and you're like, they all have great calves. You're like,
they all
I
claim,
know
that,
one
they all claim
Amish.
to have great calves, and the supporting weight would suggest that that's accurate.
Because you know two
You're
fats.
supporting
You don't
a lot
have
of weight. You're supporting a lot of weight. You should have strong calves.
But Amish do have, most Amish.
Not my Amish.
Well, are you sure she's Amish?
I got an imposter Amish.
She could just be a pervert that wants to hang out in the house.
I got Timu Amish.
This could be a real hand that rocks the cradle situation. Have you ever seen her go home to Amish land?
No, she has a car that comes picks her up. It picks
like
up
his
her
neighbor when he was a kid.
It picks up her Jax. It picks up her and all her other Amish relatives that go to these different houses and clean.
It's elderly Catholic women,
and then it comes and it picks them up, and they pay
Amish
somebody.
women.
As far as I'm aware,
JP irresistible.
As far as I'm aware, they it's a carpooling service that they all use, and they all get in this car and they go, and this is what it was.
You've never seen her at her homestead, though?
No, why
You've
would
never
I
seen her butcher a cow?
Why would I visit her at her homestead?
I imagine she's wanted to take you to the family already.
She cleans my house every 2
she
weeks.
does.
That's all she does.
She keeps it real clean.
It doesn't go beyond this. We don't have conversations outside of like, where's the pine saw? That's our conversation.
Yeah, what's that code for? What's the end game with Shadeur? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sportsman.
No Clase scheduled to be arraigned at 2 o'clock tomorrow. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith King.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Dale Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We do have In Case We Missed It coming up in about 40 minutes here. But Tyson Campbell on the preview show. Don't forget, I almost previewed Thursday Night Football again. What the hell is my problem? It's Wednesday,
man. Yeah, it's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday. Dude, I told you, at the 5:45 break, I was 15 minutes ahead because I thought it was 6 o'clock. I thought it was Thursday, and it's Wednesday. I think the weather is just screwing.
Yeah, the Browns playing, you had them playing away this weekend, and then on the road in Las Vegas. At home
maybe
against
it's a
Las
TIA,
Vegas.
like a mini stroke. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's not fun.
Oh, we should get you checked. I think you've done a lot of doctor visits lately anyway.
I've done enough.
You've done a lot of them.
I've done enough.
They would have figured something out there, right?
Yeah. Mr. Wilson, let me see. I'm looking at your chart here. You're fat. Also, it doesn't say it on the chart here, but I think you're an a-hole. Okay. All right. Yeah, all that tracks.
It sends it right to your My Chart?
Yeah, it does. It does. You log in, and it's like your test results came back. You are 100% positive for being an a-hole.
But it's got balloons around it. It makes it seem like a celebration. Yeah.
Well, you got to put a positive spin on it, right?
It should be what they do with those notes. Is like the doctor should have it's like a thumbs up or a thumbs down type thing, and then it sends it off. And if it's good news, balloons everywhere.
See, my mom does
just everywhere.
My mom,
you're sending an iPhone message.
My mom is the one technological thing that she has embraced is emojis. So on Facebook, 99% of her responses are emojis. And you just never know when you're also going to be texting her and being like, everything good with the house? And you get the double exclamation points, and you're like, this is your moment, right? But let's be honest with you. If it was came back, we're going to have to lop that toe off. Thumbs up. It'd just be really hard because at some point there's very few good pieces of news that the doctor gets to deliver.
Yeah, but them using emojis would be a funny development.
Would be.
It would be really funny.
Would be.
That sounds like a Curb episode almost. It's like the doctor sending the wrong emoji and then just you being distraught after that.
I am knee deep in a Curb rewatch.
Are you?
Yeah, I think Curb is kind of like Always Sunny, which can be frustrating because you have to sit through 3 episodes that are just okay to get to a really funny one, and then you get to the really funny one, and it's just pure bliss for 20 minutes.
Man, I haven't gone back and watched Curb in a very long time.
So in fairness, I just after they stopped the first time, I just stopped watching them. So I had to pick up on the second run of the show, and so that's been fun.
Second half, I think, is much better than the first half.
What are you talking about? Of the show?
Yeah.
What is it? 3 seasons?
Curb?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It was
I'm talking about the second half of the run.
Oh, I don't remember exactly when it split it up, but the last 4 seasons I thought was better than anything else that happened previously.
So my boy...
Like Spite Store Larry David is the funniest thing in the world to me.
My boy Tim Abraham, who we worked at a crappy company in Solon together. I think it was South Solon, though.
I drive by it every day.
Drive by it every day. What an awful place that was. The people were also not great, but Tim was awesome. And... Tim introduced me because we're customer account reps, so all you would do is do training stuff, send out emails. So you watched a lot of stuff on your phone. We were ahead of the watching stuff at work ahead of your phone, and he got me hooked on Curb because of the neck injury episode where Larry says, I can't do the whole bit for you.
Yeah.
Where Larry says there's only 2 ways you hurt your neck.
Yeah.
And then he goes into what they are, and then she goes, there's more than 2 ways to hurt your neck. And he goes, name one. And Cheryl Hines goes, painting. And he's like, yeah, I forgot that Michelangelo was in a neck brace painting the Sistine Chapel. And so ever since then, we've been very ride or die with Curb.
It's great. I saw this TikTok of Larry David explaining like his start in comedy, and he was at one of these, I think it was the Improv actually, like one of these, great comedy clubs, and he was watching these guys do improv, and he thought everyone just basically created everything off the top of their head. And so he walked over to the guy on the side that was in charge of everything. He was like, "Hey, so when do I go up?" He said, "Well, who are you?" "Oh, I'm just a fan. I'm just a guy in the audience." He goes, "Well, you don't get to go up. This isn't how this works." And Larry was like, "Well, I'm way funnier than these guys." And it was off that he's like, "I guess I should just try this." And then he went and tried it and was great.
I also love that his mom told him he wasn't funny. He was like, "Whoever told you were funny?" I will say this. Seinfeld grew up with it. A lot of really funny stuff in that show. Curb's funnier.
Oh, yeah, I think so, too.
Yeah.
Now, Seinfeld's way more quotable.
Oh, no, that's fair. Yeah, because
so many things pop up that are still being said.
It's a full bit.
I mean, think about it. Like we talked about cockfighting earlier today.
Yep.
And all I kept thinking of was Elaine with the tamale and little Jerry and all that. Like, you immediately think of that stuff. Whereas Curb, I feel like you get maybe a couple references, maybe like a handful a season.
Can I tell you though
that have actually like stayed with us? But everyone quoted everything Seinfeld still does.
So not only did I grow up with a dad that's a Seinfeld fan, which is great. I've never really thought Jerry the stand-up was that funny. I think he's kind of a bit. I don't like it, but so not only is my dad a huge fan of the show, because we're in sports talk, there is 33% of sports talk hosts who their only reference point on this planet
are
is
Seinfeld references. Yeah.
And at some point, I was like, I'm going to need you to get another beer.
To give me something else.
And like
to get another show.
And at first, I thought, well, okay, maybe it's just that. When I went to Charlotte, it was the same thing. I would hear Seinfeld references, and I'm like, dudes, it's like the 5th Seinfeld reference this week. You've got to. They're newer shows. You can reference just about anything now.
I know, but everyone will. The thing is that it plays for everyone because everyone watched those.
I don't think so.
Well, not at this point.
Anymore.
Like Jax, Jax, have you ever even seen an episode of Seinfeld?
Seinfeld's one of my favorite shows.
Really?
I did not have that on the board.
Why?
For that.
No, it's amazing to me. Then, so younger kids like go back and watch Seinfeld.
No, not a lot of them. But my stepdad made me watch it, and I love it. Curb is also a great show.
I love the idea that your
stepdad's like this is what you're watching.
We should also point out at this point that Jax didn't realize he was supposed to work today, and set up where you got the call today. What you were doing when you realized you had to drive into work?
I was at the window about to get my coffee from Dunkin'. I had already paid for it at the first window, and I was sitting there at the next window waiting to receive my coffee, and I got a text, and my heart dropped, and I started cursing.
To the person? Did they hear it?
No, they didn't hear it.
I like that you stayed through with the order, though. Like, there's got to be such urgency attached to, like, oh my gosh, I'm late for work. I didn't even know I had to work today. I'm running so far behind, and then you're like, well, I got to get this Dunkin'.
Well, the good thing about this is you could have bailed immediately because you hadn't already paid.
That's what I would have done.
I did. I said I already paid.
Oh, you did already
so it was
pay.
in between the time.
I said I was at the window waiting for them to bring my...
Oh, wow. It was in between paying and getting the coffee. Wow. And then you still had some of the coffee when you came in. That's the other part of this that I think is quite strong.
Yeah, because nothing says I need coffee like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Like, he tells us this story.
Let me get that pick me up.
I don't even drink it to pick me up. I just think it tastes good. I don't get like the pick me up from coffee.
We do like this because I need another coffee guy at this station. Although yours was an iced coffee. Let's be fair.
Is it just straight up iced coffee, or you do like one of those foo-foo drinks?
No, iced coffee.
I think iced coffee is a foo-foo drink.
Is it?
No.
Hey, you missed.
How is it a foo-foo drink?
Because it's iced coffee, not real coffee.
I don't think of it as a foo-foo drink, but yeah, you can make anything a foo-foo drink if you want to.
Wait, did it have some sort of syrup in it?
French vanilla, yeah.
Yeah, that's foo-foo.
That's as foo-foo as it gets, man.
Because nobody's getting a plain iced coffee.
Bitter.
You can't run from those charges.
No.
After we had Chloe, I was like a coffee person for like a week.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was down in it left and right. And then I was like, all right, I got to get off this before we come back.
So basically, you're now a reformed coffee person?
No, we did it for like a week. Well, they had like, at the hospital, they have all these different, coffee machines. Like there's espresso, all these things.
Oh, that's the worst kind of, that's the worst way to get your fix for if you're a coffee guy.
Oh, it was perfect because then I was even just seamlessly able to just remove myself from it when I needed to.
Oh, yeah, you didn't even get the good stuff.
No,
right?
No,
this would be like if Ohio legalizes it and you still only got Ohio skunk weed.
Yeah,
be like you haven't really lived. You haven't really tried anything. I don't really have anywhere to go with that.
I don't need a coffee addiction. I'm glad you made it on time, though, or late, I guess, but on time once you found out, though, Jax.
I mean, I got here in a pretty good time, I'd say.
What I do, second segment into the show?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Did Keith give you any problems? Was you ever like, you gotta check the schedule now, or what?
He just said, did I make your heart drop? And I said, yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith's cooler about that stuff.
Oh, very
Rock
much so.
was a psychopath.
Yeah.
Andy would never let you forget it for like 3 months.
Yeah, and you'd feel like you're actually in the doghouse.
Yes.
Whereas, like,
no, you'd actually be in the doghouse.
Jax knows. Yeah, I know. Where Jax is like, okay, I'm a good enough employee. I show up for everything. I just didn't know. It's all right.
What did we ruin the rest of your day from?
Nothing really.
You had nothing planned.
So Duncan,
was this like a night
of your day?
Plans later in the day.
That's the part I love. Is that he's like, this is it. What were you doing
and don't
after
say
Duncan?
Play Madden and defile yourself.
No.
You left the house to just get a Duncan and then just go back home.
Oh, bang
afternoon
biscuit.
Delight.
All right,
but
go
it's
on.
okay. It's okay.
Wait, like
we've already rescheduled. We're good.
All right, where are we at on this?
This is
one?
tough, man.
Well,
I would have just maybe not gone to work.
Are we talking this like a first date?
I would have just maybe not gone to work.
Has Quinshawn slid into her DMs already? Where are we?
Third date?
Third, yeah.
Oh, that's a great date. There's a chance of something happening on a third date. That's a rough one.
I thought he was going to have the thing happen. I thought that's what was already going and taking place here.
It could have, because it's a third date.
I think it was. That man shows up with his Duncan. It's like, I'm here.
No, I wasn't going to go till like later in the day.
I like the idea
that he sips his French vanilla iced coffee.
I like the idea that he shows
at
up
2:30 in the afternoon.
I was going later in the day.